Yep.
Okay, hang on. Right, good morning, everybody. The event has started, and our first person to speak to you is the wonderful Miss Walker, who will tell you about the Lang and Lit A-level. Hang on. Your picture's going. You're now live, Miss Walker. Woo!
Wonderful. Okay, so this is a Lang-Lit taster lesson, and we're going to start off with this. So, should emojis ever be taught in school? Okay, we want to talk a little bit about how do emojis help us to learn about subtext. Okay, so just here we've got this little definition of a subtext here. So an underlying theme or idea in a piece of writing. It's not explicitly communicated, but the reader or audience are aware based on the context. So I've chosen, you're probably better experts than I am, but I've chosen some well-known emojis, I think. Okay, and I've put those up there. Just talk with the person sitting next to you just for a moment, just for about 30 seconds. What's the subtext of these emojis? Okay, so is there any subtext to these emojis then? So Ashley.
Well, the one that sticks out is the eggplant emoji.
The eggplant?
Yes.
The aubergine?
The aubergine.
The aubergine, okay, yeah.
It can be interpreted in different ways. I think it depends on like the generation you're from or how you're, because like reading poetry interprets different to how you interpret it, for example.
Well, I don't know. I mean, my nan actually has recently got an iPhone, and she sent me the aubergine emoji because I'm going around the weekend and she's making a moussaka. Is that the same subtext as your subtext, Emily?
I mean, it could be taken like that, but it depends where your mind's going to go.
Exactly. So we've looked. So these have evolved, haven't they, to have a different meaning, and it's based on subtext. So I think it's really interesting because when we are texting, often we can't pick up on tone, and it seems that perhaps emojis are now used to replace that, to give a bit of a tone to a piece of written text. So how are text and tweets different to talk? So using emojis then, so again you've got a few there, and then if you just sorry, this is full text. So unlike speech, they don't have many of the paralinguistic elements that make it possible to interpret the tone of what's being said. So there's no facial expressions like smiling or frowning with text, no gestures or other aspects of body language, and so what we've got is emojis have come to fill that gap. All right, so the emojis are perhaps being used now to communicate tone, thoughts and feelings. Okay, so creating your own subtext then. What you've got here on the right hand side is you've got some text, so going to be late again, another fine mess you've got me into, and you've fallen in love with him. Okay, so the task you've got is on your own, choose an emoji that you think is suitable for each text message on the phone. For us to write the text and sketch the emoji in your books. You don't have to sketch it. It's not art, but you need to, yeah. Just what emoji would you use? You could even describe it. That's fine. Just a minute. Yeah. Go back. Sorry. It's fine. Okay. So how would you communicate that? Just using emojis. And again, you want to get that tone in there that you wouldn't normally perhaps be able to pick up on with just the text. That's a cake. Yeah. So, Georgia, first one, going to be late again. What emoji would you use?
I mean, I guess it depends on the tone you're going for. So, like, I probably put like a laughing emoji because if it's with your friends and you're going to be late, it's just like, oh, typical me.
Typical, classic. Yeah, absolutely. If you wanted to express that you're really kind of pretty angry about this, what emoji would you use? Anyone? Yeah.
Like the red face that has like the little like.
The red angry face. Yeah, absolutely. Another fine mess you've got me into. Harvey, what would you use? Which emoji?
I'd probably use like a crying face into a laughing face because it's like, I mean, you're in some sort of situation, but I think most people just laugh that way.
Yeah, absolutely. So again, it depends on the tone. You've fallen in love with him. I mean, I've said it with some sort of tone, but you've fallen in love with him. Betsy, what would you use?
I feel like the way like it's said, probably a laughing emoji because they're so like kind of like surprised and like the way I read it was like with him, like
Yeah.
that's not something they'd expect or want.
Yeah, if it's unexpected, then an emoji would match that. Yeah, okay, good. So how we would kind of finish this off then, we've got a little bit of time. So how have your emojis been used to pin down the tone of your messages, so the subtext, okay? So we would just write down that question. So how has your emojis been used to pin down the tone of your messages? And this is where we bring in the analysis part. Just 2 or 3 sentences, okay? So I'm saying a mini paragraph, but just 2 or 3 sentences, just analysing. Maybe just zoom in on one emoji that you have used and the subtext that's connected to that one emoji. Okay. Okay, thank you. So hopefully what that's given you is a little bit of a taster of a language lesson. We very much focus on how language is changing, how it's evolving, and the many ways in which we can communicate with each other, both written and spoken, and where in some cases there's that blurred line between the spoken and the written. So yes, I think that's done. And then do we have Q&As? Does anyone on the chat?
I haven't got any questions in the chat at the moment. If you would like to, just please press the Q&A, the little question icon at the top, and type your questions in, and then we can share them with everybody. People have shared their emojis. We've got some of those, Miss. I'll publish that one for you. But we haven't got any questions at the moment.
Actual emojis.
Let's see if we've got any more.
That's it, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, there's nothing much else. I'll ask here if anybody has any questions.
So where are the emojis that have been shared?
Oh, in the actual chat Q&A.
Ah, the Q&A bit. So if you go next to the chat bit, that one, yeah. No, nothing there.
Oh.
Oh, there we are.
Hey.
Anonymous has.
Yeah, kind of a bit old school.
That's a very old school. Ah, I guess this is the before emojis. We used to.
Yeah.
The cross was the eyes closed smiling, I think. I believe.
One of the questions that I often get students asking me is, I know that you probably have covered this at the difference between language and literature, and then the literature A level. What is for Langlit? What is the coursework elements?
Yeah, so with language and literature, you do 2 bits of coursework. You do one comparative essay where you compare a non-fiction text to a free choice text, and then you craft that yourself. You choose the texts and you choose your own question as well. And then the other piece of coursework is a piece of non-fiction writing. So you could write a blog, you could write a speech, you could write a satirical piece. Yeah, it's you get a lot of choice with that for the coursework, and you start the coursework at the end of year 12.
So we've got 5 questions now. What is the independent workload like? Homework, independent study?
Okay, so the expectation is that you are reading. Okay, sounds a bit cliche, but you should always have a book on the go. And we do that. We start a wider reading forum early on, so in sort of October, to get you sort of geared up to be able to make a decision about your coursework. We set homework at least once a week. And the homework can be short, it could be research based, it could be improving a piece of work, an assessment, or it could be an extended piece of writing. Okay, so you also have guided learning as well. So when you are not in lessons, when you're doing silent study, you will have a pack that accompanies one of the texts that you are studying, and you'll be expected to work on that.
What literature will the course be covering? Now, I'm guessing this is on the Firefly page, isn't it?
Yes, it is. So for language and literature, you do 3 literary set texts. You do a play, usually A Streetcar Named Desire. You do a novel, so that could be Things Fall Apart or The Great Gatsby. And then you do poetry text. So we do Carol Ann Duffy's Rapture.
I've answered this one, but it says, is it 2 separate A levels or is it combined into one? And the answer is it is combined into one, isn't it?
Yeah, it's combined.
What we've talked about the literature element. What do people go on to study? Now, I have to admit, sorry, butting in. I know that one of my students who did this went on to do English literature at Warwick.
Yeah.
So we do have people go on to do English, but I know you've got probably a wider view on what people have done.
Yes, I've had students in the past that have gone on to do sports journalism, law, media. I think the language and literature course really complements media subjects or other subjects within the arts. We often have students that do Lang Lit with drama. I think because it gives you that experience, the writing elements that any degree does require.
And this element, the question is there a creative writing work? And the answer is yes, there is. You know, it does have a creative writing element, doesn't it?
Yes, so the 3rd exam paper tests your ability to craft a narrative. Yeah.
So the next thing, 2 questions I'll roll into one. How many exams are there and how long are the exams?
So you have 3 exams. The first exam is an hour, the second exam is 2 hours, and the third exam is 2 hours. And then you have the coursework.
I think that is it. Now, I know that you've got some students in the class. Why students have you chosen to why did you choose to do language and literature? What is it about it for you that you liked?
I liked how it was quite a broad subject because I wasn't just focused on doing literature like completely. I also like the language aspect, and I also like how creative writing can also be put with the whole course. So yeah, I chose that.
Now, especially since I also did it because it's quite well-rounded and there's lots of transferable skills. For example, I want to go into law, and I wanted to do language and literature, so again, I didn't focus just on lit. But now when I'm like watching films or speaking with teachers and subtext, I see things in different ways that I never saw it before I started the course. I think that's really cool.
Great.
And Miss Walker, what is it that you enjoy about teaching this specific subject? Because I know, I have to admit, I've taught it as well, and I don't know, I enjoy teaching it, but what is it that you like about this, the language and literature element?
I just love that you are looking at literary text, so you're looking at a play, for example, and you're bringing in some of the language aspects to it, which I haven't done with literature before. So, for example, the opening of A Streetcar Named Desire, we really can focus on sort of accent and dialect, and that's something perhaps you wouldn't have as much focus on with just English literature. So I like that you're looking at texts with a kind of combined approach, and I really enjoy teaching students who are excited about choosing their own text for coursework and creating their own questions as well.
Yeah, I have to admit, the bit that I really like is the freedom of what people come up with when they do their coursework, the different texts that they choose to compare. Right, English, I think there are no more questions, so I know that literature is next. Is it still going to be you, Miss Walker, or have we got a changeover?
We've got Mr. Frost.
Okay, so there's no more questions at the moment, so thank you, lovely students. I will get everything set up now for Mr. Frost to now come in. Thank you very much, language and literature people.
Great, thank you.
Charlotte.
Yeah, Mr. Frost, looks like you're nearly ready to go.
Yep.
Okay, so just give me 1 minute. Right. Okay, so tech-wise, I will move on. So welcome everybody. We now have the wonderful Mr. Frost, who is going to speak about the English literature A-level. I will move the slides on for you, sir. Just give me a minute. So I will put you live as well. Right, so people should be able to see Mr. Frost and the slides, and I will move them on as best as I can.
Miss, I'm here, I can move them on.
It's my screen that's shared though.
Okay, all right, no worries.
Okay. Are we good?
Yeah.
Yeah. Great. All right. Okay. Hello, everyone. So we're going to be analysing the most famous line in the whole of English literature today, you could argue, which is to be or not to be, that is the question. So my starter question for you guys is, do you know who wrote that line? Do you know which text it comes from? And do you know who says it? And then factual stuff aside, thinking about the line itself, any initial ideas about what the character who says this might be trying to express? Okay. Anyone? Yeah. It is Shakespeare, yes. Any idea which text? Yes, good, it's Hamlet, well done. And who says it? It's the easy one now. Yeah, Hamlet himself says it, yeah, great. Okay, so yes, the most famous line from arguably Shakespeare's greatest play, and it's said by Hamlet himself, the main character, the Prince of Denmark. Okay, so we're going to just very, very quickly watch a 3-second video clip of Papa Esiedu, who's pictured there in that poster, performing the line. Okay.
Where? Oh, for the I was trying to get the video clip. I don't know if I've shared it with sound, hopefully. Sorry for the interruption. Let me just double check that I've shared it with sound. I think I have. If people can't hear in the chat, please let me know. But we'll play what we have. Hang on, I had it a minute ago. There.
Okay, so we've got it at our end, so you guys just have a listen now. And
yeah, hang on. It's not, because it's on YouTube, it's not sharing. So just give me 1 minute and I'll make sure that we can share it. So I'll unshare that and I will share this, include completely sound. Sorry, students out there. And then if I get the video, which is here, there we go. It's playing now.
To be.
Right, and that's it. Right, that's the line. Okay, so we've got the line, and there you've seen it in performance. Okay, and there's other sorts of contextual factors there, like how he's dressed and what have you. What ideas do you have about what the character is trying to express with this line, what their emotions are, and how does just that brief snippet of Papa Essiedu's performance kind of bring that across to you?
Yeah, I would say it's like an existential crisis. He's questioning his whole existence, his whole life, and his whole mental state. Wow, okay, great. So we're straight in there. Brilliant, perfect. Okay, an existential crisis. Yeah, that's exactly what's going on. What was the other part? He's questioning like his life and his emotions. Great, okay, so he's questioning his life, his emotions. Anyone want to add to that at all? That was a fairly complete answer, wasn't it? Yeah. Great, okay, so let's move on. Okay, so yes, so my ideas there was, yeah, he's asking himself whether he should live or die. He is therefore having some mental health problems, he's depressed. And there's, what did you get from the performance there? Was there anything that struck you about the performance that linked into the ideas that we had there of a crisis? Yeah.
How like desperate his voice was and how he slowed it down. How he said parts of the line at a time. Yeah,
absolutely. So it was really slowly articulated, wasn't it? And there was kind of like a big sort of like sigh or something like that, wasn't it? Yeah, great. So an element of desperation and despair in the performance. Okay, perfect. So next thing I want to think about, to analyse it in a little bit more depth and from a slightly more technical point of view, is to think about the poetic rhythm. Okay, I mean it's up there on the slide, but if we know anything about Shakespeare's use of verse, what do we automatically think of in terms of the sort of the poetic structure? It's up there on the slide. Yeah, iambic pentameter. Okay, so that's a 10-beat line with an off-on stress pattern. Yeah, because can anyone do the kind of the rhythm for me? No, it feels too silly. It's the da 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 da. Yeah. Why? And that was the kind of standard rhythm of Shakespeare's plays, other plays of the time, and lots of poetry as well. And there is a kind of central idea behind the choice of that rhythm, that it's supposed to kind of remind us of something. Anyone know what it's supposed to remind us of? Yeah. Yes, it's supposed to mirror the human heartbeat. So again, if the to be or not to be line and speech is really about life itself and the nature of existence, then obviously that sense of the heartbeat is quite a sort of fundamental idea. Yeah. So here's the line with its stress pattern, which isn't quite how a lot of actors say it. It's not quite how Papa Essiedu said it. Does anyone want to have a go at saying the line with the strict iambic rhythm? Yeah, go on.
To be or not to be, that is the question.
Yes, good, well done, excellent. To be or not to be, that is. Which reminds me, I don't know if any of you guys are Lego Batman, the Lego Batman movie, are you fans there? At one point he says quick quest, and he shortens the word question to quest. That's, we'll just come back to that idea in a minute. Yeah, what do you now that we're thinking about the line in those terms, with the strict iambic rhythm, certain words are being emphasised. Have a little chat maybe in your partners, in your pairings or what have you, and come back to me in sort of maybe 20-30 seconds with some ideas about what emphasising those particular words within the lines might kind of convey to us, and helping us to sort of further analyse the line and its ideas. Oh, sorry, and there's a little like extension thing. I said the strange Lego Batman thing about quest. What's unusual about this as an example of an iambic pentameter as well, this line? Okay, all right, so what did you think about the particular words that are emphasised, or maybe, you know, in combination with each other? Yeah, go on.
We said not being emphasised, it shows like lenience towards one way, and I think in like plays, when people are delivering it, they deliver it in quite like a tired tone, of like not like, oh I want to sleep, but like tired and like sick of it, and like sighs and slowly, I think. So I think the not shows like a lenience towards not to be.
Okay, yeah, good. So he's emphasising not, okay, and then that kind of, can we build on that idea by thinking about, because on the one hand he's emphasising not, which emphasises that he's being drawn towards the idea of not wanting to live anymore. But are there other words that kind of pull it in the other direction, perhaps? There, what else is emphasised? That kind of, yeah, go on.
I guess like the kind of the word question being kind of so out of place with the rest.
Yeah.
Or like it kind of emphasises that like he's like questioning himself, and he's really like in a dilemma, like he doesn't know which way. Absolutely,
yes, and so and what also really draws our attention to question in terms of the sort of structure of that line.
The other things are quite like short, like to be or not to be, that is the question, like a longer word.
Yes, so, yeah, not only is it a longer word, but did anyone figure out what's unusual about that as an iambic pentameter line? Yeah.
It doesn't fit the rhythm because it's more syllables.
Yes, it's got 11 syllables. So Shakespeare's actually added, it's not a mistake, he's added an extra syllable for that particular line, and that draws even more emphasis to question, doesn't it? Yeah. Okay, great. So these were the ideas I put up. So yes, pretty similar to what you guys came up with. There's this emphasis on not, suggesting drawn to, you know, questioning whether or not he wants to live at all. But that's juxtaposed with be, isn't it? Yeah. So in between the pull towards not being is the pull towards carrying on with being, yeah, carrying on with his existence. And then at the end, the question itself. Great. Okay. I don't know how we're doing for time. Have they got time to?
Yeah, we are doing excellently for time. We've got 10 minutes left. So I'm now going to man the chat to see if people have got any questions for you. Now, we've got lots of questions already. Could you give us the reading list of books that we will be studying to read over the summer? Now, I'm guessing that's available on the Firefly page already, isn't it?
Yes, it is. So it's Miss Walker here. There's a wider reading list, and what we can put up there as well. You can get started with the reading of your prose text. So you should start reading Beloved by Toni Morrison and Bram Stoker's Dracula.
The next question: can we study translated texts?
No, so for EdXLs, that's not within the rubric. So unfortunately, no. There are some great translated texts out there. I agree, but you can't. No.
So again, they're saying what books do we need to purchase, but that information will be on that's on the Firefly site, isn't it?
Yeah.
So I'm just sending that one. And we've said, now I know it's on the Firefly site, but we have got a bit of time. What text will be being studied?
Okay, so you'll be doing a drama text, so a Shakespeare text, so that's Hamlet. Your other drama text will be Tennessee Williams, A Streetcar Named Desire. Your 2 prose texts, so I just mentioned those before, and you should get started with the reading of those, so Dracula and Beloved. And then your poetry, you'll be doing selected poems by John Donne. And then you will also be doing poems of the decade. You can just hang back a bit on the poetry though, because you don't need to pre-read any of those texts apart from the novels, Dracula and Beloved.
Roughly how many lessons would there be in a week? And what would the workload look like in terms of homework?
So in a week you will have 3 doubles. Yeah, so it's six lessons a week, but they're always double lessons. Should be. You might have a random single here and there next year. And the workload, yes, you have homework every week. Could be extended writing. Could be research based. A lot of it will be reading around your text. So it could be articles to do with a particular aspect of genre maybe, or narrative voice, something like that. So, you know, with English literature, sounds a bit cliche, but, you know, the expectation is that you are reading beyond your set texts.
The next question is about exams. How many exams and how long are they?
Okay, so there are 3 exams. The first exam is the drama exam, and that's 2 hours and 15 minutes. You then have your prose exam, so that's where you compare the 2 novels. That's 1 hour and 15 minutes. And then you have a poetry exam, and that's 2 hours and 15 minutes, plus then the coursework.
Okay. So I'm just writing this up. And I think that's it. We don't have any more questions at the moment. Do we have any students there who are specifically doing literature who want to sort of share their experiences?
Yes, we've got 2 students that do English literature here.
For me, I chose literature because for me it's more about just analysing and exploring the characters and the text. It's about people in general and our world. I wanted to choose it because I really enjoyed analysis and really getting to understand people and their psychology. So I just find it really enjoyable because it gives you that in-depth knowledge about the world.
Yeah, like similar to what Harley said, I really like the fact that you can interpret something in a different way to someone, and in a lot of ways there are no wrong answers. And I also think the texts we do, especially the Streetcar Named Desire, they're really good texts, and I just really enjoy them personally. Also with the coursework element, you choose the books, you choose the questions, it's all up to you, what you really want to kind of do within reason. So there's a lot of freedom to kind of explore what you want to
Yeah, thank you. A question for all of you then, anyone can answer. Do you think that you do have that freedom? Talk a little bit about the coursework process then.
So you pick for English literature, you pick 2 different books. Ones there'll be a list of ones you can't do, and then you kind of pick your own question on a theme, or just a topic that you want to write your coursework about. And yeah, so it could be a particular theme in the book, or a topic that something that both of the 2 books you're picking kind of explore.
The next question that we've got is there a particular book that would persuade us, is there a book you would persuade us to read before we do A-level English? And I'm thinking not one of the course books. Is there a real piece of literature? And then the next question I've got about class sizes.
Okay, so do you want me to answer this question or Sir to answer this question?
I don't know, it could be one of the students or teacher.
Well, I suppose it depends what you're into, but well, one author that comes to mind straight away is Toni Morrison, and I mean we do Toni Morrison as part of the course. We do Beloved. Okay, so something like Paradise might be a really good novel to start off with, because
The Bluest Eye as well.
oh yeah, the Bluest Eye, yeah, definitely. Because on the one hand, it's a lot of themes that are very sort of relevant and central to society today, and that lots of young people are very interested in exploring. But also, she is an absolute literary master of style and form. So yeah.
Yes.
How big are the class sizes, and when do we start coursework?
Okay, so class sizes range from about 15 students to 20, and you start the coursework in the summer term of year 12. So the students here have all started their coursework. They write a draft over the summer holidays, and then the deadline for the coursework is the week before you break up for Christmas of year 13.
It's always good to get it done before Christmas.
Absolutely, and that's 20% of the course done by December.
Right, students of English, I think there are no more questions. English department, Miss Walker, Mr. Frost, I think you've done a sterling job, so thank you very much. Next up, people, and also the students as well. Thank you very much, students. Give us a wave. You're now live. Wave to your audience. Lovely. Thank you, students. Right, English department, thank you. We have got the artists coming up next. So I'm going to put everything on mute, and we'll speak to you in a minute. Mr. Fox Joyce, I can see your book. Let me know when you are ready to go live.
Hi Charlotte, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Are you ready to go? Your book is there.
You can see the book clearly?
Yes, I'm going to send the book live.
Okay, they are ready.
Brilliant. So, welcome to the art department with Mr. Fox Joyce.
Hello, so I'm going to talk you through A-level textiles sketchbook with my wonderful student Sneha here. So we're going to talk you through kind of the structure, the content, and the kind of things that you'll be exploring if you were to take on A-level textiles next year. So we always start this project by just exploring different types of materials, what's the function, what's the purpose, and how do they link to the various textile products. So this is a research page done by Sneha. And then we started looking at textiles printing. Now, because of COVID this year, we didn't manage to do as much textiles printing as we hoped, because obviously we need to be in school doing that. So students just kind of explored lots of different textiles printing techniques, and this is something that will be developed again next year. Okay, so Sneha, do you want to talk through the weaving samples that we explored?
Yeah, so this was my first time doing weaving, so I had to be taught from scratch. So it was really interesting because it was an easy process, but it looks quite complicated, and learning the techniques of how to incorporate different colours on one single weave was very interesting, and the result was very good.
Good. And this is something you've done quite quickly, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And how do you think you could develop this work even further if you're given more time?
I mean, we could definitely go on a larger scale and work on creating actual designs, except instead of like doing random colorings. So if it was more planned out, I would create like a continuous design on it on a larger scale.
Great. And if you are one of these students, if you are a student, a GCSE student, who's just finished Year 11 textiles, you will have tried these techniques already, so you're kind of starting off at a really good point. The A-level course will obviously provide you with more in-depth techniques and processes. Okay, so this was a little drawing we've done, observational drawing that students done, and then transfer their drawings onto fabric. So we're showing the process of fabric printing and using the heat press, which we have in school. And then we moved on to the sewing machine. Now, Sneha, you know the sewing machine quite well already, don't you? So this was just more of a refresher. Yeah. Okay. Then we looked at specific textile techniques. So the first one we looked at was applique. So Sneha, can you just tell me, why do we use applique in textiles, and what are the kind of struggles you have in creating successful samples?
So applique is mainly used for aesthetic purposes, just to improve the look of a garment or a piece. And one thing I found really hard was like maneuvering the fabric around the machine, because if you're doing complicated shapes like a heart, then it's quite hard to move the fabric around the machine, whereas if you were doing like a circle, it would be easier. So it all comes with practice.
That's great. Okay, and what's the difference between an applique sample and then a trapunto sample?
So trapunto is it's similar to applique, but it's done with 2 layers of fabric, and then after you create the design of the same stitch as applique, you cut the bottom layer of the fabric and then you stuff the design with wadding to create like a relief texture.
Great. And then you went on to experiment with quilting samples.
Yeah.
Out of the 3 samples, which one do you prefer creating and why?
I think I really like quilting because it's just like it's easier to do, and it feels really nice on the machine to stitch over wadding directly, and I think it creates like an even relief texture.
That's great. And what's great about quilting is it's obviously there for aesthetic purposes, but it's also construction as well. So we're learning a combination of kind of detail and aesthetic techniques as well as construction and processing as well. Okay, and then we moved on to doing patchwork, quite a simple technique, and then on to random patchwork. So the random patchwork is slightly trickier.
Yeah.
Why is that?
Well, when I did the random patchwork, I used different types of materials, so you can see that this is more matte than this one. And so the sewing machine sewed through the shinier material quicker than the more rougher material, which means I had tensions with issues with tension on the machine, so I had to kind of experiment with different fabrics.
Great, okay. And obviously we're exploring all these techniques because eventually you will be set your own project where you'll be going off and working independently. So that's why at the beginning of the A-level course you will explore a wide range of processes and techniques. And then the stitch and slash. So why do we do stitch and slash? What's its purpose?
Again, it's just for aesthetic purposes. It doesn't really have a purpose in garment construction. But the main reason why we do it is to show the different layers of fabric. So as you can see, this I've cut through this fabric and you can see layers of other fabric underneath it. So it's just to show layers of fabric.
Yeah, it's great for textural purposes as well if you want to really try and create that kind of rough texture within your work.
Yeah.
And then gathering, again, that's a really small sample, but really important in terms of construction, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then you've got a few different samples there. Okay, lovely. And then we go on to free motion. Now, the interesting thing about free motion is we do quite a bit of free motion, and that actually counts as observational drawing. A lot of you may be watching this thinking, I really struggle with observational drawing. It doesn't mean that you need to do a huge range of observational drawing within A-level textiles. You can do something like free motion, which counts towards the observational study. Okay, and this is kind of a really fun thing to do with the sewing machine, isn't it? You really enjoy doing this, didn't you? Yeah. Great. And then warp pleating, another construction technique. Yeah. Okay. Right, and then we went on looking at avant-garde.
Yeah.
Can you just explain what avant-garde is?
Avant-garde is basically experimental fashion. It's something that you would only see on a runway strictly. You wouldn't see it out and about. It's basically fashion out of the box, and it's just very extravagant.
It's kind of one-off original ideas, isn't it?
Yeah.
On the catwalk.
Yeah.
And your project brief was to create a selection of avant-garde products, wasn't it? Okay, so can you just tell me what was your main inspiration for those? So just like back to that one. Your garments.
So first I started research on the predictions, the fashion predictions of the next year. So I went onto the Vogue website and I looked at the popular items that were in the market right now. And I also looked at predictions for the next year, which helped me think of what I would design for my project. So that really helps me to come up with my ideas.
That's it. And your mood boards show the theme of kind of royalty, don't they? That was the avenue you went down.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Okay, so I'm just going to move on to showing your design ideas here. So this was your first one.
Yeah.
And it was a removable puff sleeve, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. And can you just talk us through what was the inspiration for this design and what materials did you end up using and techniques?
Okay, so I was mainly focusing on Victorian fashion. So I really liked the big sleeve appearance, and I really liked how they used gathering to make it look more feminine. So I ended up using organza for that piece because I wanted it to be see-through and I thought it looked really elegant. So I really wanted to use organza. And I also used techniques like gathering, and I incorporated elastic into it as well to have a better fit.
Great, and because you'd already explored gathering in the initial stages of the project, you were quite confident in creating these outcomes, weren't you?
Yeah.
Lovely. Okay, so this is kind of your planning stages, isn't it?
Yeah.
Figuring out exactly what materials you need, what would work wonderfully, a bit of historical background to the products as well.
Yeah.
Okay, and that's your kind of prototypes. We've got lovely photographs of the making process. So we've documented the journey. Problems and alternatives, it's really important that you're constantly reflecting on your work. What went wrong, what could be done even better. Okay, right, and then your second one was a pearl glove. Tell me the inspiration for this product.
Again, I really wanted to use gathering again, so it's just I knew that Victorians used to always wear gloves. It was kind of you had to wear gloves when you went out as a woman, so I wanted to incorporate the glove, and so I just played around with the designs, and I thought, why not include gathering on both sides, because it looked very royal and extravagant.
Okay, lovely. And again, it's the same kind of process, isn't it? Looking at the historical background, looking at alternative gloves on the market, both historically and contemporary. Okay, documentation of the process. And then, another one, what was your last one? Okay, yeah, let's go on to the corset, because that's a little bit different from the others. Okay, so talk me through your corset design.
So I really like making corsets. I really wanted to incorporate a corset, especially because it was such a big part of Victorian fashion. So I really wanted to make a corset. So I thought of incorporating like a royal blue with white because those colours reminded me of royalty wear, and I also did a bit of hand embroidery for it.
What was lovely about this product in particular was, as you said, you have a genuine interest in this type of fashion. So it was lovely to see that brought into the project. And again, all the construction techniques you explored in the initial stages then allowed you to then create a very confident piece. Okay, how are we doing for time, sir? Okay.
We have, Miss Keeble, we've got lots of questions. So
okay, great.
With okay for time, you've got, if you were going to spend 2 more minutes doing this, and then that'll give you enough time for all your questions.
Wonderful, thank you. Okay, so and then finally you've done a layered belt. So very different to other samples you created. Why did you decide to go for the layered belt?
So I realised I was doing more of a historical approach for the other ones. I wanted to create more of a contemporary silhouette for this one. So I wanted to create a more experimental piece. So again, I used organza for this, and I also, for the belt area, I used stitch and slash. I just wanted to incorporate different techniques, and also I wanted to show, so in Victorian fashion, there was lots of layers to what you would wear. So I wanted to reflect that onto my stitch and slash piece.
Great. It's really great to see all those techniques being brought into each and every one of your samples.
Yeah.
Really lovely. And would you say this is kind of your most favourite product that you've created?
It was definitely the corset, the blue corset. I really, really like that one.
Great. If you had more time, what would you have done to improve it?
I would finish it. I would add the fasting on the back so I could actually wear it out, and I would add like a top to it as well. So yeah.
What's really lovely about your annotation of your work as well is the constant reflection. Is you're constantly thinking about ways in which you could improve it, what were the problems during the process and how you overcame those as well. So really reflective, lovely pieces of work. Oh, and there's a bag. Should we talk about the bag quickly? Yeah, okay.
So I wanted to use quilts, the quilt technique for the bag, because I really, really liked these royalty designs. And it was inspired by Moroccan damasks. So really wanted to incorporate that, because I realised that I was just focusing on Victorian fashion when I could experiment with different cultures of royalty.
So it was a nice twist to the collection.
Yeah.
And then you didn't actually make the bag, did you? You just created a sample.
Yeah.
Which is lovely. And again, what techniques did you use to create this?
It was just quilting for this, and I used purple fabric with silver thread to create more of a royalty feel to it. And this was actually really hard to do because I had to move the machine around quite a lot, but I think by the end of it I got the hang of it, and it was really helpful that I could make a sample first.
Yeah, lovely. Thank you. Okay.
Right, I'm going to hit you with some of these questions now because we've got an awful lot. Is this more coursework, or are there exams involved as well?
So it's similar to GCSE. You do coursework up until the kind of beginning of February in your year 13, and then you start an exam unit. And that exam unit is about 12 weeks long, but it follows exactly the same structure as coursework. It's just a condensed project into a shorter amount of time. So when students begin an exam unit, they will know the structure of the project because they've done a coursework project previously. So they have 10 hours to make a final outcome. Is it 10 hours or is it slightly longer for A-level?
They get 12.
They get 12 hours, so 2 hours longer for A-level to make a final outcome. But they know exactly what that final outcome will be because it will be pre-planned before the exam days.
And how long is the exam?
12 hours.
Oh. As an English teacher, that strikes me as very long. Do you need specific GCSEs?
It would be wonderful if you had an art GCSE. It's advisable because you obviously need to come in having that level of creativity. Yeah.
Yes, students need to have a grade within the creative arts in some area.
Yeah.
Do you have to be good at drawing? I know you have addressed that, haven't you?
It's not compulsory. We can find other ways of recording. within the project. So if you are slightly less confident in drawing, we can find ways around that.
We've asked about the GCSE in art, and it's mainly as long as it's an art subject, a creative subject. Would you struggle if you haven't done textile GCSE?
I think you would struggle. Yeah, I think you would, because I think people who have done GCSE, they know the basics, so they're coming in with a good foundation of knowledge and understanding and skills. To start from scratch, it would be a huge learning curve, and it would be difficult to start with, yes.
Okay. Is this course more fashion-based or art textile-based?
I think I will encourage you to take it in whichever direction you wish. You're very kind of fashion orientated, that is what you want to go on and do at university. But if you're someone who wants to make a large scale textile sculpture or piece of fine art, which is combining textile skills, that's fine as well. I'll encourage students to go in whatever direction they want to go in.
This one I'm not too sure, so if the person wants to add to it, is the whole subject combined, like art, design and fashion, into one? So I'm guessing that, because there are, from today, I know that there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different art offerings. So what we're talking about today, it's just the art, fashion and design qualification.
This is, yes, yes.
Do you have a specific topic you have to stick to, or can you kind of, is it quite fluid?
So the first project will be very much teacher led, because I'm teaching skills and techniques. But then I encourage students to go off independently to create their own outcomes. The second unit of work, again, it becomes more independent as the course progresses. But in the exam unit, you are expected to be completely independent and find your own way through the project. So it becomes more independent as the course does kind of progress.
So we've talked about how long the written exam will be. That's 12 hours. Can you take art and textile? So say, for example, I want to do art, fashion and design. Can I also do fine art as well?
No, you have to pick one, I'm afraid. The course content is so heavy that to manage 2 art projects, to manage 2 art A-levels is just, it's incredibly difficult. So no, you stick to one and do one well.
But I'd also say if that's what you're really interested in, then clearly that's something that you want to go on to do at university or college, where you can really, you know, specialise in and really focus on there. Oh, here's a good one. Does drama count as a performing art or creative art?
I'd say no. No, it needs to be within the visual arts.
Okay. Visual art. Sorry, I'm just writing the answers as we go. Oh, how many lessons a week?
Is it 12 hours?
12 over the 2 weeks.
Yeah, so it's 12 lessons over the 2 weeks.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you so much, Miss Keeble. I apologise for introducing you as Mr. Foxjoyce. Who do we now have who's going to be doing CD media production?
That's me, Miss.
Is that you? So Mr. Foxjoyce is coming up next. Let me just change. Oh, so we've got this. We've done that. So as soon as you are ready, I will send your camera live. I'll put you on mute for the minute.
Charlotte, can you hear me?
I can hear you, but at the moment the camera just seems to be, it's still on.
Okay, so we're not actually using the camera now.
That's fine, so it's just the slides, no problem at all. I will just put you on the slides.
I'm going to be sharing my screen because I'm doing a live lesson using the software.
Yeah, it may work. Hopefully it will.
It should do.
If you share your screen now, let's see. Yes, hang on, something's happening. Yes, so I will send that live. So now your screen is live. Everyone can see your screen, sir. Okay. So we are good to go.
Do I need to unmute my end?
No, you are ready.
Right, hello everybody. My name is Mr. Fox Joyce. I am the head of the Visual Arts Department, and I mainly teach on photography and on the media course. So today I'm just going to go through some aspects of what we do on our BTEC media course. There are two levels that we run at the moment. We run the extended certificate, which is the equivalent of 1 A level, and we also run the diploma, which is the equivalent of 2 A levels. The course is made up of a number of different units of work. I'm actually going to today focus on Unit 21, which is all about film editing. I'm going to go through that and just show you some of the things that we do, some of the software that we use as well. So it's important that you know here at LPGS in the Visual Arts Department, we're very, very fortunate because we have access to Adobe CC, so the whole of the Creative Cloud. We're able to access programs like Photoshop, Lightroom, and for media students, importantly, we have After Effects, Premiere Pro, Adobe Rush, etc. So these are industry standard pieces of software. And you get it completely free, and you're able to use that here at school, and you're also able to access that at home. Indeed, you can access it anywhere in the world on 2 computers at the same time. So that's a great advantage to all of the students here. And certainly it's a great advantage to moving on into further courses and further education and moving into industry as well, so you kind of get the edge over others. So I'm going to go through parts of Unit 21, which is all about film editing. When we do most of our units, we encourage students to use something which is called Adobe Spark Page. And this is an example of this. So you can see it is a live website, and it runs from north to south. So I'm just rolling through that at the moment. All students use this so that they can document all of the work that they're doing. And I'm just going to show you the workflow that we would use for this particular unit. The first thing that we're doing here is we've got to learn about film editing techniques. There are 2 main ways of doing this. One is that we think about editing in the camera, so it's all practical. It's about using the camera, taking images, sharing those images, etc. The other way, of course, is using the software, and it's all about cutting bits of film together, how we kind of transition between film, how we can scale film up, rotate it, transform it, do all sorts of weird and wonderful tricks to it. There are kind of 2 elements to this unit of work. So as we go down, this is our workflow. The first thing that we do here, we were all looking at a film by Alfred Hitchcock. We were focusing on Rear Window. And the reason why we looked at this is because it is a masterclass at editing, and some wonderful editing techniques that are being used in this piece of film. So the first thing is that we have to research the film. We kind of brainstorm through that. We work in a collaborative way, discussing the film, breaking that down, feeding back our responses. We then take a section of the film, we start thinking about recreating that film, and we storyboard for that. So we look at how to storyboard, we gather images which are related to the film, and then we start making our own storyboards. So I always show students how to do this in 2 ways. Some people are very comfortable with their drawing, and some people are. So one way to approach this is through practical drawing, and another way to do this is through actually taking images, appropriated images, and then displaying them in a storyboard as well. So we kind of approach this in 2 different ways to kind of hit different skill levels and abilities. As we go through, we then use the storyboard to start making our own film. So this here is an example of a scene from Rear Window. And so we take and we gather all of our different assets, and then we start to move on to the software. So for this particular unit, we'll be using Premiere Pro, which I'm going to show you in a bit. This is Adobe Premiere Pro, which, as I said before, is an industry standard piece of software. So it's great to actually get to grips with this very, very early on. And you can see through here, these are all screenshots of using the program through the different stages and kind of slowly developing and building up towards the final piece of film. And then that final piece of film, sound has been added to that, and then we have the final outcome of that film here as well that's being shared. I think if I just try, you might not be able to hear the sound on this. So there's an example there of the kind of thing that students will work on. So this all happens during the teaching and learning phase. Once everybody has worked on this and they've got to grips with how to use the software, they've got good knowledge of how to see editing techniques in different aspects of film, then that's such an assignment and they have to go off and actually create their own piece of film using these skills. And I'm just going to show you that now. I'm going to go to this program here. Many of you out there might have already seen this or used this. This is a wonderful piece of software. This is Adobe Premiere Pro. This is used for filmmaking. And you can see here that I've already brought in a few bits of my film. I'm just going to kind of scrub through those bits of film. You can see that I'm slowly building this piece here. So I'm just going to show you an example of that. It looks really confusing, this program, but if you've kind of touched on Adobe Photoshop, then it will look familiar to you. And indeed, if you haven't used any of the software at all, no problem with that because you are fully trained in how to use it here. So I'm just going to give you an example of this. I'm going to pull in another piece of film, so I'm going to go to File, I'm going to Import, and I've got a whole load of assets in here. So I'm going to look for, I've got, for example, this embrace image here. So I'm just going to call that in. You can see that comes down here into this viewing screen. I'm going to double click on that. And then in this window here, I'm able to, and I'm actually, that I want the film to, the clip that I want to begin from here. I want it to end there, and I can bring this portion down to my timeline. So I'm playing through, and now I've got that embrace image there. And I can also move into cleaning this work up as well. So I'm going to go across here to a place called Effects, wait for that to build. And what I want to do with this piece of work is looking a bit dull at the moment. So I'm going to come into, come over to here, and just going to look into one of these folders here that we've gone to. Okay. So for example in here, I'm actually going to change this to black and white, this particular image. So I can pick this up, drag it across, drop onto this image, and now I've got a black and white piece of footage on here. Okay, so that's the kind of basics of this program. There is quite a lot involved in using this program, and we can also think about transitioning between pieces of film as well. So I'm just going to go back to that actually. I'm just going to go to the video transitions and look at dissolve. We'll go to cross dissolve, put that on there, and now you can see as I play through the film, the dancer there is dissolving into the second piece of film, into that black and white embrace that I put in there. Play this back. So that's the basics of that. I also just wanted to share with you our work. So all of our work is always shared on our school intranet system on Firefly. So I'm going to show you now the creative digital media folders. So you can see these are all of the projects that students will be studying on this course. If you're doing the single award, it's less units. And for the double award, obviously double the amount. I think it's 5 for single, 10 for the double award. This is the unit that I just showed you. So we click on that, That's the film editing unit, and we can see this project outline, week by week guide. And in here, this is the kind of stuff that I've just shown you. And in here, we've got a whole load of videos, teaching videos. So as well as being taught the program in the lesson in real time, there are videos here, recordings of me and other teachers who have been working on this. And these are assets that you can go and access at any time to help you with pre-learning, before a class, and after class learning as well, just to kind of hone and practice your skills. So I think that is me completed at the moment. And Miss Ashworth, I believe there might be some questions in the chat.
We haven't got any questions at the moment, but the one thing that I wanted to ask is this does seem like it's a practical course, isn't it? The aim is about learning the skills and producing kind of this visual media, isn't it?
That's correct. It's very, very different to A-level media. A-level media is much more bound up in theory. This course, this BTEC course, is much more about the practical side, and it's the ability to use things like lighting, sound recording, and script writing, and then camera use as well. And quite a lot of the units, about 3 of them, we focus on the camera because really the taking of the images, filming, is one of the key factors in this course. Through doing this course and the practical side of this course, we really help that it hones student skills. They get really good hands-on practical experience, and it prepares them for further education and moving on to higher level courses at degree level.
So what courses have people gone on to do after this? So what would it prepare you for?
So in the visual arts, we have partnerships with UCA, University of Creative Arts. We have partnership with UAL, which is all the London-based universities, and we have a partnership with Ravensbourne University. All of those universities, those collectives, they all specialise in areas of film and television. So we've got students at the moment who have moved on to quite generic and open courses, just a further media course where they're going to get foundation, another year of experience of trying and testing different areas. But we've also got some students who have gone onto specific degree courses, so they've actually moved into filming. So there's a niche thing that they're just looking really at the camera more than anything else. We've also got some students who have moved into lighting, so they're specialising just in lighting techniques.
One question we do have, would you recommend taking this as a 4th A-level, or is it better as one of the major 3?
You can't take it as a 4th A-level, you can only take 3 A-levels, so you would have to take the double and then a single A-level with it. Or you take a single and then you take 2 A-levels.
Is this something that you could combine with fine arts, or again, are you really sort of sticking to that ideally you should have sort of just do one A-level, not one A-level, but one A-level or BTEC in the arts area?
This is certainly a course that you could be combining with an A-level within the visual arts. So you could be, I've got a number of students who are doing A-level photography, and they're also doing the double award media, and that kind of makes sense. They kind of complement each other. What we said earlier about the A-levels, to do A-level art and design and say A-level textiles is far too much coursework, and it's really not necessary at all. But with this particular course, yes, you could be doing the double award media with one of the other visual arts.
And the thing is, you go to any art exhibition now, and most artists, even fine artists, have got a visual, a multimedia element. So, you can go that way. We've got another question. Is there anything you'd advise us to start doing in the holidays before we enter the course? That's a great question.
Yeah, certainly. I would say to you, watch as many films as you possibly can. And when you're looking at those films, please explore the following 2 things, especially in terms of the unit that I've just shown you. Look at and research a thing called continuity in film editing, and also look at discontinuity or non-continuity in film editing. I think that will get you off to a really good start. explore that, research those two aspects, and then look at films, watch film and TV, dramas, soap operas, etc., and look if you can identify those two different things. I think that's really key. Also, I would advise you to practice your filmmaking skills. I think everybody's got a phone, everybody's got a mobile device. Go and make a film. Why don't you go out and make yourself a short film? Why don't you set yourself a target and make a short film about, I don't know, it could be about anything, my back garden, for example, or it could be a short film about any place that you visit, like Hastings, for example. I don't know why I said Hastings, but Hastings, for example. Make yourself a short film. I think that would help you to hone your skills and prepare.
And the nice thing, I think, definitely in the media world at the moment, is there are a lot of people that are getting quite, as in they're raising their profile because they're making things on phones. It's, you know, you don't need high quality equipment to do it. Could I do this subject if I didn't do GCSE media?
Yes.
Brilliant. That's a nice question, nice answer. We like that one.
Absolutely. We have a number of students this year who did not do media at GCSE. And they've been absolutely fine on the course. We started them right from the beginning, and also I currently have students who did study at GCSE level as well. So yeah, you don't need to have that background. Can I just go back, Miss, to what you were saying about digital devices? Yeah, it's really, really important that everybody is engaging in that. Everybody's got a camera, everybody can do this with the technology that you've got. But also in addition, just to let you know, here we have some wonderful equipment here, you know, full kind of professional cameras, all of the sound equipment you would need. We have excellent lighting here, lighting studios as well. There is an array of equipment here, super fast computers that are running all of the software that we use. And as I said at the beginning, all students have access to Adobe CC, the full package, which is a wonderful thing for everybody to have. Normally it costs about £50 to £60 per month, and students here get that completely free for the whole of the course.
The nice thing I think is it's kind of encouraging you to have a go. So use what you have, but then when you come in to start the course, then you're going to have access to all this fantastic technology to try it as well.
Absolutely, and we're always encouraging students to continue using their phones, and especially to use their phones as a kind of sketching tool, almost like a pencil, to kind of sketch down ideas before we kind of move to maybe more professional standard pieces of equipment.
And maybe also don't be put off. Don't think you have to buy all the tech, because we've got lots and lots of supplies here. And I suppose the whole purpose of this course is you find the medium that suits you the best, isn't it?
Absolutely correct. You don't need to buy anything at all. We have all of the materials here for you to use. We have all of the digital storage space for you to use. Programs as well, as I said before, all free. When we actually do the work, it's all digitized. It's all online via this thing that I showed you before.
Yeah. One last question. Do you offer the non-digital creative media? I'm kind of guessing we have a wide range of art things.
No, the non-digital.
Would that be fine art? I don't know.
As in analog.
I'm kind of guessing you can't do it without being digital at the moment. No. I don't know if that person wants to sort of put in another question. Last question: how many lessons a week?
Yeah, it's if you are on the double award course, then it is 12 lessons over the 2-week timetable, because it's equivalent to A-levels. If you're on a single award, which is the equivalent of 1 A-level, then it's 6 years over the 2-week timetable. I think the question that you had before about analog shooting, no, we don't do the analog shooting here. It's all digital that we work on.
Okay, right, now I know the next up is fine art. Are you going to be sharing your same screen?
I will not be sharing the screen, but I'm going back to the camera. It's not me doing that. That's
okay, so let me just put up a placeholder.
Perfect.
And, oh, hang on. We'll get there. Da, da, da. Right, okay, so put that there. Right, so you get yourself ready. Sorry, you probably didn't hear that, sir. When you're ready, let me know. I will make whatever screen is live ready for when you need it.
We're going to set up right now. Right. As if you bring over.
Okay, art department, please let me know when you're ready. I have got your the artist's book ready on screen.
Hi Charlotte, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, ready to go.
Okay, so we have the art department coming up now.
Yes, hello, I'm Miss Crow, so I'm doing the A-level fine art section. So the theme that we start with the year 12s is flora and fauna. So I've got the students' Amarachi sketchbook here with me. So they just start off by brainstorming what flora and fauna are or is the theme. And then we do a whole sort of half term of recording, so looking at the assessment objectives. So Amarachi's done lots of different recording, different formal elements. You can see the textures here. She's done experimenting with watercolour, so lots of different techniques that we look at as well. Some lovely watercolour drawings, paintings there. Experimenting with colour as well. So Amarachi's done lots and lots of work on this. Lots of independent work as well. We do. Is there anything you want to talk about Amarachi at the moment, or should I just keep going?
Keep going.
Keep going, yeah. And we also look at 3D drawing as well. Oh, sorry, thanks. So we've been, the students have been exploring different materials and media. So you've got ink and wash there as well. So this is just kind of all recording, all presenting it in their books, experimenting with different materials. And then we look at some different artists as well to help with the theme of flora and fauna. Looking at, so we do some wire sculptures as well, and papier-mâché, which will help with their final outcome later on. So Amarachi is really lovely. She's kind of used some textiles as well in her fine artwork, which is really nice. Did you want to, could you explain what the animal is that you were looking at, that you wanted to do for your final outcome?
Well, for my final outcome, I want to do a deer because I really like the shape of the antlers, and I thought the animal's quite majestic, and there's quite a lot of things I can do with the wildlife that they live in.
So yeah, Amarachi's researched, she's done a mood board here with some flora and fauna in it, and she's looked at different animals and then narrowed it down to the deer. So she's looking at some ideas as well. So I really like these, how she's done all these different, she's looked at the antlers of the deer. What was your kind of theme? What was your idea behind your deer mask that you're doing?
Well, I saw these photos on Pinterest and I really liked how the antlers act like a basket for the leaves, so I thought that really inspired me to use the animal.
Oh yeah, and here wasn't it where you you went out and did some primary research, so taking photos in the streets. Why did you choose to do these bits of rubbish
While looking at Joseph Merther's work, I was really inspired by how he used recyclable materials, so I wanted to incorporate that in my mask. So I decided to go around my neighbourhood and take pictures of rubbish I could find to inspire me to think about what I could put in my mask based on like context.
And then you started manipulating materials as well, didn't you? So I thought this was really interesting what Amarachi's done. Hopefully you can see that. Would you like to explain how you made these pieces of work?
Well, basically I used a plastic bottle and cut them into petal shapes, and then used a heat gun to kind of fold it in to look like a rose, and then used a hot glue gun to stick it together.
There's lots of manipulation of materials as well. She also did it with some paper, and you were talking about, wasn't you going to use newspaper for these as well? So it's all kind of like recycling materials, using unusual materials. Then she started experimenting with the deer antlers, wasn't it? And I don't know if you'll be able to see this on the screen, but in her experimentation, hopefully you can see this, she's actually done
a broken antler.
Yeah, do you want to explain what your idea is behind that as well? Because I think it's really interesting.
Well, basically I want to split the deer's antler into like 2 different sides, with one really alive with flowers around it, and another half was dead and like destructed based on like pollution.
To show the thing. So these are her ideas at the moment. Where was it? Was it in there? Sorry, yes. So hopefully you can see that a little bit on there. Yeah, so sorry, carry on.
Well, basically this hand side is the alive side. It's full of plants and flowers and berries and stuff. And then the other side on the left is destruction based on how we cause pollution, and destruction based on not recycling.
So that's where you started to experiment with the materials, isn't it? So incorporating like white chicken wire, papier-mâché, I think, all these kind of materials that you've experimented with and recorded with. And that's where we're up to at the moment with this project. And the final outcome is going to be a mask. So a sort of full-size mask that will incorporate different materials and media. How have you found the project so far?
It's all right. I just need to think about how I can construct the final piece, because it's quite difficult at that stage.
Yeah. So there's quite a lot of independent work in, isn't there? Which I think is something that's really key to this when you're doing A-level fine art, is making sure that you do work outside of the lesson as well. And I don't know if there's any questions or anything.
We haven't got any questions at the moment, but you have addressed kind of, it is quite a lot of independent work. What is the exam element? How would you describe that?
Well, they get the exam paper usually in January, and then they have time to work on it, like what she's done here, Amarachi's done, building a portfolio, a sketchbook, and then they'll have a 15-hour set exam where they make the final outcome, which is over 3 days. So it's not a kind of exam where you have a test as much, but you have to make the final outcome in those 15 hours.
And is it up to the sort of the student what that outcome could be, or is it, do you see what is it, because if here the final thing for the coursework is going to be a mask, is it going to be you need to produce a certain medium, or is that the whole project that they can choose how they express it?
Yeah, they get, with the exam paper, you'll get different themes. So it might be habitat, might be nature. Sometimes they have things like messages. So you'll get these different keywords, and then it's really up to them what they want to do. So they can, their final outcome could be very different for each student. So it doesn't have to be the same.
A question I've got here, are you allowed to include digital art as experimentation?
Yes, you can do, yeah. If you sort of incorporate that and then you can do something more physical with it afterwards, that's fine, that's completely fine.
In terms of where students then go on, I mean, obviously this sets you up for a fine art degree. What other options have people chosen to do?
Hi, this is Mr. Fox-Joyce. So often students from this course may well go on to do degree level fine art. or something within the creative industry. But we've had students that have moved from this course and then specialising in animation, specialising in film, going into fashion, going into graphics. I think that there's a whole host of things that are out there and are possible at a higher level.
Yeah, and the thing is, I mean, I've seen from experience that a lot of ideas from the art world get moved into creative industries. So say, for example, an exhibition that's on at the Tate, then don't be surprised if a few months later you see that then being recreated in advertising. So, you know, it's always a skill. The next thing, can you study an A-level and a BTEC at the same time? Because say, for example, you choose a BTEC in art and design, can you then do an A-level in creative subjects as well?
Yeah, so earlier I mentioned about the media course. So if you're doing BTEC media, then you could pick up the art course, but you won't be able to do BTEC art and design because the course and an A-level, because the course that we do at BTEC is the extended diploma. It's the equivalent of 3 A-levels, so you don't have any room on your timetable to study anything else.
Okay. I don't have any more questions at the moment, so I'm going to ask. So I know you've got a student there. What has been their favourite part of the course so far? Because I mean, the work looks incredible, and I love the fact that we can see the sketchbooks. I think that's really good. What's the bit that you've enjoyed the most?
Definitely the experimentation, because you've got a lot of freedom to experiment with different medias and the formal elements such as texture, shape and colour.
And then this is something for the teachers. And what do you enjoy about teaching fine art? What is it that really makes you kind of get excited about what you do?
What's the work that the students produce? Like Amarachi's done all these really amazing experiments, and the way that they manipulate the materials and sort of like really creative and inventive ways of using the materials and creating these final outcomes. So yeah, it's really interesting to see everyone's different ideas.
And I'm kind of guessing that there's quite a lot of collaboration, and so, you know, you're just encouraging that. This got a very good question here. What's the difference between BTEC Art and A-level art course? I don't know if that might be addressed later in the BTEC presentation.
Okay, well, the difference in the courses is that A-level, the A-level art course obviously is an A-level. Students study coursework and then an exam unit. But the BTEC course is made up of a number of different units, and on the BTEC course the students get an experience, a flavour of 3 different main areas. They get to work in fine art, drawing, painting, sculpture, etc. They then get a chance to do some textiles work as well, so they get an experience of that area, and they also get an experience of creative digital media. So by that they're kind of looking at photography, elements of film, possibly elements of animation in the work as well. So the BTEC course is much more general, and students get an opportunity to cover many different areas, whereas the A-level is quite niche, and it just focuses, the fine art focuses on drawing, painting, sculpture, etc.
And I know this often comes up, but the prerequisite for this is you really, by the sounds of it, you will have had to have done GCSE art.
Absolutely.
Okay. How many lessons a week? Is it 12 over 2 weeks?
A week is 6, 6 each week, so it's 12 lessons over the 2 weeks.
Okay. There are no more questions. Anything else, art department, that you would like to stress about it?
Just the independence, really, when they're working, making sure that you're working outside of the lesson and communicating with the teachers as well, because Amarachi's been really good at that. She's sort of, you know, she'll contact me outside of school and ask me about things, or so that's really positive, and it shows in her work as well that she's been really independent with her working, and she's not just kind of done the bare minimum as well, which is really good.
And I think that's one thing here that we've got, you know, we have put over the last year, like everybody, quite a lot of focus on technology, but then that means that there is that communication there. We can share resources very easily. We can be easily reached. You'll probably have email addresses for all your teachers. So, you know, we're here to support you. We have another question. The art and design course mentions a topic of animation. How long do you learn that topic?
That might come up on the course. It depends on the units of work that we're doing. So this year we haven't done any animation in the projects, but sometimes it might come up in project work. We haven't got anything planned around animation for next year. We do an animation unit on the digital media course, and I think that's unit. Well, I can't remember now. I'm going to make it up. Unit something, but there is an animation unit that we do, but that's on the digital media course.
And I'm kind of thinking for summer preparation for anybody thinking about doing fine art. Obviously, make the most of all the free galleries that we have nearby. Go to as much as you possibly can. I'd probably say is one of them. Yeah,
definitely. Yeah. I think going to any sort of galleries or even looking online as well at different galleries.
Yeah, there's so much stuff that people have now made available. Anything else that you would advise to do over the summer?
I would just say doing lots of drawing. Yeah, do some recording of things. Go out in your local environment, take pictures. Have a look at the Tate Weighs In that they use, because we use that in our writing, our annotation. So it's called Tate Weighs In. If you just search it, it'll come up. But yeah, just keep drawing, keep creating art, even if it's just, you know, a 5-minute drawing a day. Just keep on it. Yeah.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. So I think everybody, the next session that we have is going to be, we've done the Q&A. It is Meet the Prefects. I think you probably need to go to channel 1 for that, everybody. So I will still be around, but I think the next session will be on channel 1 at the next session here, art photography, will be at 11. Thank you very much, everybody. Art department, I'm going to put you on mute in a minute. Mr. Fox Joyce, are you ready for art photography? Let me know.
Hi Charlotte, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, I can. Sorry, I put myself on mute. So when you are ready, sir, we can make a start.
Yeah, I just need to share my screen just to make sure you can see that okay. Share. Can you see that okay?
Yes, I will send that live. So your screen is now live, sir.
Brilliant. So I can begin?
Yeah.
Hello everybody, my name is Mr. Fox Joyce. I am the head of the Visual Arts Department. As well as teaching on the BTEC Media course, I also teach on the photography courses, on the A-level photography course. In this lesson today, I'm just going to show you through some of the course materials that we have to share, and I'm going to take you through some of the software that we use in our lessons. So just so that you know, the A-level photography course is not just digital photography, it's also traditional wet analog photography, and that's very much taught at the beginning of year 12. So we do some digital work and some analog work as well. And just so that you're aware, all students here in our department get access to Adobe CC, so the Creative Cloud, and they have access to main programs that we use, Adobe Lightroom for cleaning and rendering images, which I'll show you soon, and also Photoshop as well, which I'll be showing you soon as well. This is used to heavily manipulate images. So those are the two key pieces of software that we will be using. The Adobe CC Suite is completely free to all students studying here, studying on this course. It normally costs £50 odd a month. You get it completely free, and you'll get it for the whole 2-year course as well. This enables you to use the software here at school and also at home. Indeed, you can use it on any 2 devices anywhere in the world. At the same time. This really does give our students the edge because you get trained in industry standard software really early, so you move on to higher level courses at degree level, etc. You've already got the edge over many other students, and it's software that if you later become a photographer, creative person, you need to learn this software. It's incredibly important, so it's very advantageous here that we have access to all of this software. So I'm just sharing my screen with you and just showing the course we do for A-level photography. This is Firefly, this is our intranet system, and we share all of our coursework on this system. So the course is broken into coursework and exam. In the first project, we have 2 coursework projects, project 1 and project 2. The first project really covers most of year 12. It's quite teacher-led, and we do this because there are a number of skills that we need to teach you initially, and they're both digital skills and analog skills as well. So I'm going to show you a bit of that now. I'm going to go into this project. It's called a sense of place, and what we do is we encourage our students to be thinking about their environment, their space around them, and to be reflecting on this, and to build visuals that take us on a kind of visual narrative journey of various spaces. All our projects are laid out like this. We have an outline of the project, so it gives you a good understanding of the whole course. We then got it broken down into week by week sessions, and then we've got project resources as well, where students come in and use images from here. So I'm going to go to the week by week guide. And in here, we've got this broken into different terms. I'm going to go to the autumn term, and in the autumn term, I think it's week 4. Week 4, normally what we do is we take students on a location trip to gather primary resources. Traditionally, we actually take students down to Hastings, and then we take a whole load of images down in Hastings. And this work is kind of recorded like you see here. When we are recording work, we use a part of Adobe, which is called Adobe Spark Post. So students make digital pages like this, they're printed out and they're shared in a physical sketchbook. This really does look very, very professional. Again, it gives us the kind of edge in terms of presenting work. So this is from this trip. So once we've done that, what we do is we start to think about, once we've taken our images, we start to think about our workflow. So the first thing is to take the pictures. The next thing is to start cleaning the pictures. So normally to do that, we will use this program here, which is called Adobe Lightroom. We have two versions of this. I'm using the desktop version, but there is a mobile version as well that can be used on phones and on iPads as well. So I'm just going to use this now and quickly go through this. So for example, I've got an image up here. I go to the develop module and I've got complete control over this image. You know, I can make it colder, I can make it much warmer, I can change the tint on that from green to magenta. I can rework the exposure so that it's being overexposed or underexposed. Apply contrast to this. There's a whole host of things that I'm able to do to this image. I can push up the colour, the vibrance of this. Indeed, I can take the saturation right out, so I've got a black and white image. Masses of things that I can actually do to this image. So you've got kind of complete control over your work here. So it's a really, really versatile program, and it is used in our workflow to clean, render our images. And at this stage, you know, we might stop here and just export the images and then print from here, and these are final pieces of work. But we can take these further. We've got another piece of software which is Adobe Photoshop, and Photoshop is used for more heavy-duty manipulations of images. So this is used for cutting images, pasting them on top of each other, blending images together, etc. So I'm going to move now from Lightroom. So imagine I've cleaned my image or my images. I'm going to right-hand click, and I'm going to go to Edit, and I'm going to edit this in Photoshop. Yes, I want some Lightroom adjustments because I've made those adjustments in Lightroom. And I'm going to click Edit, and that's going to push that piece of work out for me into Photoshop. So I've now got this sitting in Photoshop, and of course there are a whole host of things that I could be doing in here. And I can go back to Lightroom, and I could pick on another image. So for this image, I'm going to go to Edit In and Edit in Photoshop. Photoshop now, I've got two pictures open. Okay, and what I might want to do is layer these two pictures on top of each other. So I create an abstract image, the keyboard Control A, Control C to copy that image, and go over to the other image, Control V, and you'll see down here that I have started to make a layered picture. So if I turn this off, I've got one image underneath, one image on top. I could use things like the blend modes, and the blend modes will enable me to start seeing through images, and I can kind of blend these together in interesting kind of abstract ways. And really this program is used for us to take our initial photographs onto another level, into another space, and to make a completely new image. Now, in addition to this, we also have another piece of wonderful software. I'm just going to get rid of that for a minute. So embedded into Adobe Photoshop, we also have something called Nick software. This is an amazing piece of software. I just go into Filter, come down to Nick Collection. There's a whole load of different possibilities here. So Analog Effects Pro will enable me to alter images and change them to look like a traditional analog wet photograph. I can play about with colour, I can add and sharpen into images, etc. I'm going to actually go to this one which is called Silver Effects Pro. And this program here enables you to convert your images to black and white. It's a really versatile program. On the left-hand side, these are all presets. You can see my image changing. Somebody's actually prepared these and made these. Okay. But on the right-hand side, this is where I'm able to create my own presets and fine-tune this piece of work. So here, for example, I'm going to play about with the structure. So I want to add more texture to my piece of work. I can push that up in shadows and bring in some more fine detail. Okay, so I'm able to work on various areas, contrast, brightness, etc., and alter my photograph in many circumstances quite dramatically. Okay, so this is a superb piece of software, and again completely free to all students. Now the great thing with this is when I finish working with my image and I'm happy with it, I can OK this, it comes back to Photoshop and it comes back as a layer for me. You just wait for it, it's quite a heavy duty program, it just needs a bit of time to render. Perfect, and now you can see my black and white version, and I can turn that off. I can see the original colour image underneath, and what I can start doing now is with blend mode, start playing about with that and altering the look of my image. Okay, I'm just going to go to here. What I'd actually like to do with this image is maybe to start painting through the image. So I really like that rust that's on the front of this boat here, and I want to try and pull back some of that colour, but I don't want the colour in the boat behind. I quite like it black and white. So on this image here, I'm just going to click on this mask here. I'm going to use the brush key, and then using that, working in my mask. You can see as I'm kind of rubbing through, it's cutting through the mask that I created here, and I'm beginning to see the original colour image coming through. So that's just a kind of quick snapshot of what you're able to do with these really versatile programs that we've got here. Really powerful, and as I said before, really lucky students who've got access to all of this software here. So, I'm going to leave that there because I want to just pop back to here. I want to show you a bit more work, because I've talked very much about digital work, but of course, as I said earlier, we also focus on analog work. Let me go back into here. When we look at the autumn term, weeks 4, 5, 6, in here we've got examples of, again, this is in Hastings. So when we went on the trip, we also, as well as taking digital images, we also took analog images with traditional cameras, which we have here. And then we took those into the darkroom. We processed the film in a traditional way. We printed the images in a traditional way. And then we started to experiment with them, overlaying them, overlapping, using the chemicals in very different, diverse ways. Really trying to create physical images which look like the digital images that I've just shown you as well. In addition, we also, in spring term, we go through a series of workshops. There are 6 workshops here, and these workshops are very much based about alternative processes in photography. So here we're very much thinking about not even using the camera. So for example, this one here, lumen printing. Lumen printing is a very old technique in which we just use plants, found material that are put in contact with paper, it's exposed to the sun, and then images are fixed afterwards. Okay, we have a whole series of workshops that we do like this, as I said before. We've got another one here, which is, for example, cliché ver. And in cliché ver, we are using kind of fine art skills here, so we actually print images physically with ink, and then those images are then taken into the darkroom and then printed in a traditional analog wet photography way. We also focus on things like scanning workshops as well, where we're actually using a scanner as a camera. So really what we're trying to do in this area here is introduce students to a whole load of diverse different ways of working in photography. And then in the last part of the project, students start to work on independent projects. So the idea is that they should use all of the skills that we've been teaching them, or some of those skills, in order to create their own independent project. And that's when they work for about a term and a half on their own, building their own ideas. So that is it from me now. Miss, I don't know if there's any questions at all.
Yes, I have questions. Do we use the same hard drive from GCSE, or should we get a new one?
That's a really interesting question. You don't need to get a hard drive. You don't need to use your GCSE one either, because when students begin the course next year, we will be moving to just using cloud storage. So nobody actually needs a device. We won't be using the devices any longer for various issues, viruses, etc. So we are now moving to using cloud storage, and everybody here has about, I think, 1 or 2 terabytes of storage on their OneDrive. So
yeah, everybody joining, new and old, as part of your Langy thing, you will get access to Microsoft Office, and part of that is access to OneDrive, where everything is on there. I've got an app on my phone. It's so easy to send stuff there. So big fan of OneDrive here, sir.
Yeah,
the next question, what topic do we have for our projects?
Okay, so the first project, I'm going to show you again. I'm going to share my screen with you. So the first project that we do is called A Sense of Place, and as I said before, it's very much about environment, and it's about looking at our own environment and spaces around us. At the beginning of it, we use, normally we go on a trip to Hastings, we photograph that area, and we create a kind of a narrative, a visual narrative of that space. Towards the end of the project, as I just said, students are encouraged to start working and developing their own ideas around that theme. The second project, Transformations, is very much based on portraiture, identity. It's about looking at the figure and trying to express the figure through our visual work. So really there's kind of 2 areas here, 2 genres that we're looking at. One is about environment, the other is about portraiture and people.
Good. The next question we had, what are the class sizes like?
Yeah, class sizes, we have 20 computers in the room, so we could have up to a maximum of 20 in the room. But normally we're looking at around 10, 12 students. At the moment in year 12, I have 10 students in that group. There's normally around 10, 12, but I can go up to 20 students in one class.
Now, this question always comes up. Do we need to buy our own camera? And this was also another question somebody else asked for general art stuff. Do we need to buy supplies? So camera and then general art, what supplies should they buy?
Very good questions. I'll answer the one about photography first of all. You don't need to buy anything for the course at the beginning. We have all the cameras that you need, both digital and analog. Software, as you know, you get for free. We don't even use sketchbooks now, so all the work is digitized and is made in a digital sketchbook. But we do get students to print those out, so you will need printing credits, and you also need to buy like an A3 display case for that. And they cost around anything between £5 and £10. It's not a great deal. We normally need 3 or 4 of them over the course of the 2 years. Of course, as students develop, they start thinking about the possibility of buying a camera or getting their parents to buy cameras for them. And of course, students are more than welcome to discuss that with me for ideas. And I'll gladly help them with it. But at the beginning, you don't need to buy anything at all, and we make use of your phones as well as much as possible. Second question about fine art equipment. We have a pack that students are able to purchase from us. I can't rightly remember the price at the moment, but it has everything that students need for their fine art work, i.e. sketchbooks, drawing pencils, colouring pencils, acrylic paints, specialist paintbrushes, etc. So students can purchase that from us at the beginning of the course. You can have a look at it, see whether you want to buy it, or students go out and buy their own materials. In addition, though, we have many specialist materials here that students are not expected to buy because we have that to hand here. But you are expected on the fine art course to have the basics, really.
2 questions, and then I know we have to move on to BTEC Art and Design. How much extra time should we spend doing work outside lessons?
Well, it's a difficult one, but I would say to be really honest, you know, you've got 6 periods over the 2 weeks, so 3 lessons a week, 3 hours. I would say that you need to put that in your own time at home, so you need to put in another 3 hours of your own time.
Okay. So match the lesson time, which is kind of, do you know, I would say that's a rough rule of thumb for everything, really.
Absolutely.
And then how much of it is based on the write-ups of the photos rather than the actual photos? Ooh, so is it rather than the actual sort of visual photo, how much of it is kind of the discussion about it and the writing about it, the research about it?
Yeah, so the research element is really important, but of course it's weighted in favour of the visuals because it is a visual subject. So the written work that we do is only annotation, not huge essays. It should just be annotated form, just describing images, describing processes, etc. So it's not onerous in terms of the written work, it's about the visuals more than anything. But we have to do written work, of course.
Yeah, but it's mainly, it is a creative subject, and so the focus is on learning the practical skills. Art, BTEC Design, are you just going to share your screen for that, or do we have a different presenter?
That's Miss Keeble who is going to be presenting that, and I need to get her set up because that's going to be done in a different way.
So bear with us, as ever, callers. We will be with you in a minute. I'll change and go on. One day I'll know what I'm doing. There we go. So when Miss Keeble's ready, hang on, that's what I want to share. Is it letting me do it? That. There we go.
I will just get Miss Keeble.
Okay. I'll stick you on mute. So art department, when you're ready, I can see the sketchbook. So as soon as you are ready, let me know and I'll send that live.
Hi Charlotte, we're ready to go.
Okay, so now Miss Keeble is going to talk to you about the BTEC in Art and Design.
Hello, so today I have Sneha with me. She is a Year 12 BTEC Art and Design student. We're going to talk through one of the units that Sneha has done in Year 12, Unit 4, which is all about just exploring materials, techniques and processes. Just so you know, so this course is the equivalent of 3 A-levels. There is 13 units within the 2 years that you'll study the BTEC Art and Design course, and you'll roughly cover around 4 projects at one time. Yeah. Okay, so this is Unit 4, Materials, Techniques and Processes. Now, on this front page, you can see where Sneha has just done an exploration of lots of different creative techniques and processes. You haven't studied all of these before starting the course, have you? You may have done a few of these, but this is just to show the different techniques that will be explored throughout the unit. Okay, so to kickstart this project, you looked at the work of Aaron Ziskind, and he's a photographer, isn't he?
Yeah.
Can you explain why you started looking at his work in particular?
I think we wanted to explore texture a little bit more. And Aaron Ziskind is a photographer that looks at his local environment, and he takes pictures of aging walls and stuff like that. So he really focuses on texture.
Okay, so texture was the first formal element that we really looked at, but it's important to point out that there are other formal elements within his work that obviously needed exploring. So things like tone, surface, shape, symmetry and composition. And if you have done GCSE visual art before, then you'll have a good understanding of those formal elements. And then Sneha went on to produce kind of an in-depth analysis covering kind of the inspiration behind his work, your personal thoughts and feelings, etc. Yeah. Okay, and then we looked, or you looked at the work of David Heffer, another photographer. Yeah. Can you just explain the similarities between these two photographers?
Okay, so both of these photographers really make use of their surroundings, their local surroundings. So David Heffer, he photographs his
local buildings, and then he creates layers and adds things like cement. So what you see here is cement on his work. So he adds layers and creates like this graffiti street art effect on his work.
Great. So still focusing on photographers. Both photographers focus on the local environment, and the theme is very much texture. So looking at those kind of old buildings, those really interesting textures on them. You can see on the sketchbook page as well, Sneha has continued to explore the formal elements which were important within this piece of photography. So colour, tones, line, texture, symmetry, composition. And now from here, now you have a really clear understanding of what the artist's work is about. You then went on to begin your own personal response. Okay, so can you just talk me through this page here then, Sneha?
So for this one, we had to experiment with using Photoshop, and these pictures, we were originally planning on going to Hastings, but because of COVID, we couldn't really. So we used some of Mr. Foxtrose's sample images that he took before. And I didn't know how to use Photoshop before this, so I had to be taught from scratch.
Okay.
And the first thing I learned was how to create layers and how to manipulate images, so kind of played around with that.
Great, and these photographs here, though, these are your own photographs, are they? Yeah, okay, so you've used your own photographs to then create Photoshop responses in response to the photographer you've looked at. And just to point out again, you didn't have any previous experience in Photoshop. This is something completely new.
Yeah.
So don't worry if you don't have any knowledge on these processes that we're going to talk through. All of this will be taught. Okay, and then you developed this a bit more, so just more experimentation with layering on Photoshop, is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so once you've done the Photoshop outcomes, you then went on to something quite different. You went on to painting, didn't you?
Yeah.
But can you tell me how this linked to the previous task?
So this task was mainly about David Heffer, so we focused on his art style a bit more. This one we had to focus on Aaron Siskind, so creating texture. So we used found materials that we found outside of school. So again, like the artist, we used local materials that we had, and we tried different compositions in which we could create texture. So for here, I used netting, cardboard, and I also used hot glue to create this kind of like bubble texture.
Great, so instead of creating visual texture on the screen, you've created actual texture using found materials. Brilliant, so very experimental. Lovely. And then the next stage of that, could you just explain how you then developed that work even further?
So this was one of the images that I created on Photoshop in the last task. So then after I had a composition that I really liked, I then put a white acrylic wash over it, then sketched out the picture there and just started painting it out. And yeah.
Great. Are you happy with the outcome?
I was, yeah.
Good. And then you went on to printing, which might seem quite a leap, but in fact the similarities are quite clear in terms of kind of texture and layering.
Yeah.
So you went into working with colograph printing, and it produces these really lovely textured prints, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Had you done colograph printing before?
No, I didn't even know what it was before. So.
Did you enjoy the process?
Yeah.
You did. Okay. Lovely. Right, and then you create these really beautiful prints. I mean, they're all kind of packaged away because they are so delicate, and the oils obviously takes a long time to dry, so that's why it's protected with this tracing paper. I mean, it's beautiful. Okay, so then you've done some colograph printing, and then you were set a task to independently develop a project further yourself, but looking at ways in which landscapes are destroyed. That was kind of the theme you went with, wasn't it? So can you talk us through what this point here from the independent working point?
So this was part of our assignment, and we got given an artist to start off with. And this artist, he does aerial shots of huge landscapes that are damaged. And I thought it was really interesting because he shows damaged landscapes, but like this picture, it's so beautiful that you wouldn't think it's a damaged landscape. So I thought that was really interesting.
So kind of looking at the beauty within that decay.
Yeah.
Yeah, lovely. Okay. Okay. Now, you have a real passion for textiles, don't you?
Yeah.
So this was a lovely point in the project where you could actually infuse that passion into your project. So how did you do that?
So first I looked at Victor and Rolf, and I did an artist page on them. And so I realised that they did a lot of weaving in their work, because one of their runways, they used all recycled material from their other runways. So then I wanted to incorporate that by using found materials. So like this was an old magazine that I had in my house. So then I created like a mini sample of a weaved corset.
Brilliant. Okay, lovely. And then Bertinsky.
So because he did aerial shots of huge landscapes, it was very hard for me to recreate his work. So I thought I'd pick out some of his photographs and do like a fine art approach to it. So this was biro, and this is watercolor.
Okay, so I think this is where the project starts to get really interesting, because again, you were kind of looking at the beauty in things that are kind of regarded as not very aesthetically pleasing. So you looked at oil spills. Can you just talk us through how you explored that further?
I looked at oil spills because obviously it is very damaging to the environment, and not many people know that. But it also looks very, very beautiful. And I thought, when I took that picture, I thought it looked quite like a trail, like a river. So I thought that I could recreate some of Tansky's work by putting that onto Photoshop. And you can see the process here. And I darkened out the edges to make it look like that was an isolated trail of water.
Lovely. And it's nice to see how you've used those initial techniques in the project into kind of defining the more independent projects, elemental projects. Right, and this is lovely as well, because you can see where you've kind of combined your textiles passion, your weaving techniques, with also your oil spills. Okay, so how did you do that?
So again, I used the weaving technique, and I thought that I wanted to incorporate texture just to experiment with my work a little bit more. So I researched on a huge oil spill that was not very broadcasted, so I wanted to create some work on that. And I just painted like a very abstract picture on top of it, because it was very hard to create texture as well.
Yeah. But you've kind of created the texture through the weaving. Yeah. It's happened quite naturally. Right. And again, still going back and looking at texture, but looking at alternative ways to recreate that texture. So then you looked at working with PVA glue, didn't you? Yeah. Okay, and how did you do that?
So I really wanted to work with PVA glue because I liked the kind of shiny effect that it had, because it reminded me of like water. So I thought I'd create some oil spill designs with it by using acrylic on top of PVA glue. So I went on to creating a corset. This was done by spreading out PVA glue onto a plastic sheet, and then I put acrylic paint onto it and created this random oil spill design effect. And then when that was dry, I used these pattern pieces to cut out the patterns of the corset, and then I assembled it like I would in textiles.
That's good. So the materials you've chosen really do replicate the oil spill visual, doesn't it? It's really successful. Well done. Great. So again, experimenting with Photoshop, and then you've went back and you just looked at alternative ways to recreate that image of oil spill through your knowledge of embroidery. Yeah. Yeah, that's lovely. Fantastic. And then here's where you start to think about your final ideas. Yeah. Is that right? So we've got lots of ideas kind of annotated and illustrated. Some of them obviously larger garments, some of them quite small pieces, but it's nice to see a variety of ideas being explored. Okay, then talk me through this page. This is quite interesting.
So from my initial ideas, I chose 2 ideas that I wanted to develop, and I used reference images in which I put them onto Photoshop, and then I manipulated them. So I added the oil spill design onto that, made that a bit darker, so it looked like Touch of Humanity was making look run down.
Okay. Great. And here we have the final outcome. So all of these wonderful techniques pulled together.
Yeah.
And talk me through this image in particular, so your final composition.
So I was initially inspired by a poem that described Earth as being looking really mucky and run down in comparison to the other planets that looked like they were dressed in silk and jewelry. And I think I was really drawn to that because of the textiles aspect of it. So I really wanted to use that in my work, and I thought I could model my corset and make it look like I was holding two planets in my hand that looked really dressed up and fine, and well, Earth looks like it's covered in oil spill and damage, just to show how humanity has such a huge effect on the planet.
Fantastic, thank you. Okay, so I think that's a really good project in terms of where you've really explored a wide range of techniques and processes linked to that one theme of kind of decay and destruction and environment to produce a very kind of refined outcome. So thank you. Okay, do we have any questions?
We haven't any questions, but one of the things that was mentioned earlier on is one of the benefits of the BTEC in Art and Design is that you can do a range of different media. Is that right?
That is
so
right.
that's what we've seen here. So it's not just focusing on one skill, it is looking at lots of different things.
It is. I mean, this project focuses on a wide range of materials, but you will go in and you'll do textiles units of work, you'll do photography units of work, a real wide range of projects. We've had quite a busy art morning, so we haven't got any more questions. What would you say, and this is to the lovely student, what have you enjoyed the most? Because I think that kind of often tells you, because I have to admit, it looks stunning, this workbook. So what project did you enjoy the most?
Definitely, I'm quite interested in textiles, so I really like the textiles aspect of this course. But honestly, I've loved this course. I always think I love this course. I wanted to do fine art first, but I'm so glad that there has been a course where I can experiment with everything.
So if you're undecided, it's quite a nice option you can explore it and then choose what's right for you. One question we do have, what can this subject lead to in terms of jobs?
Everything and anything. I think because you are studying such a wide range of creative skills, the world's your oyster.
No, I would agree, and I think we are a very, very visual society. Being able to know how to manipulate images, create images, is actually very, very powerful. And I think kind of, even as an English teacher, I think you need to understand that nowadays words are more important than pictures. Words are more important than, pictures are more important than words at times. Yeah. Oh, how many lessons a week?
So it's a full timetable. So it's, how many lessons is it?
It works out at 18.
You go 18 hours a week.
Yeah.
Wow, so that is an awful lot. So if you were choosing to do this, is there anything else you could choose alongside it, or is this it?
Because it's the equivalent of 3 levels, a full-time course, you don't do any other subjects. This is what you do as a full-time.
Okay. And in a way, I suppose that's why you can explore the range of media, because in effect, like you say, it's 3 A levels. Yeah. In terms of progressing forward, what if you want to go on to university or anything like that? How does this work? How do you kind of describe it on your CV, if that makes sense?
Well, BTEC students, they go on and do a wide range of courses. You've got some of them doing architecture, doing textiles, fine art. It can lead on to anything you want it to do. The projects you do, like Sneha, for example, she really loves textiles, so she kind of manipulates her projects so they suit that interest.
And I'm kind of guessing as well, with this project, you've got a ready-made portfolio as well, haven't you, that you can take out and show to people?
Yeah, definitely, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Which is also very handy to have.
Yeah.
Right, we don't have any more questions. I'm just double checking in case anybody would like to ask anything. So in that case, the next people that we have coming up, we have law at 11:40. Oh, can you still pick another course as well as this course? And I think the answer to that is no, because this in itself is a full-time course.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
I was just saying to Mr. Fox Joyce, if I had these choices, I think I would have made different A-level choices. They've been great, these ones today. I'm sold anyway. Right, students. The next one is going to be law, and I will put up the holding thing so that we have that ready. Thank you so much, Art Department. Very, very informative. Oh, there we go. So as soon as we have the law department ready, we will start with that. Thank you very much. Okay, law department, I can see you're beginning to set up. I'm not sending your screen live just yet. Law department, would you like to share your own screen or do you want me to do the slides for you?
Hi Charlotte, can you do the slides for them?
Absolutely, no problem at all. So when you are ready, law department, I will send that live.
Yeah, just bear with me.
Yeah. Are you ready to go, law department?
Hi Charlotte, just give me 1 minute. So is that
Right, are we ready to go?
No, can you just when you're going through the slides, you're scrolling through them, aren't you?
Yes.
So I don't need to do it at my end.
No, I will do all of that, no problem at all. I'll kind of keep up with what is going on.
Brilliant. Therefore, I think everybody is ready to go.
Okay, so we now have the law department. Hang on, let me put that. Why is that not going right? Sorry, let me put that there. Video, send live. Okay, so we now have the law department, and sir, please take it away.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Welcome to A-Level Law. This is some of our Year 12 students. Put the first slide, please. What's this image of? What can you see here? Oh, by the way, my name is Mr. Saunders Griffin. I teach A-Level Law here. So if you're doing law, you'll be with me lessons from September. So Image here, students, I want you to think about what is this image? 2 words there, voluntary and involuntary. What do those mean? What crime might you associate
Oh, the sound
this
seems
with?
to have gone
Got
there
some
your
questions
end.
to
It
do
might
that.
be
Have a
worth checking the
discussion.
microphone, please.
Is that clearer?
Hi, Charlotte, can you hear me?
Just about, yes.
Microphone's on.
Right, that's better. I can hear again now.
Brilliant. So, what are your thoughts there? The 2 words, voluntary and involuntary.
We've got the slides, but we can't hear much, I'm afraid.
Okay. So the difference between voluntary and involuntary. Yeah, voluntary is where to murder would be voluntary. You should be able to hear us now. And if you do something involuntary,
It's still very quiet. I don't know, so you might have to maybe stand right beside the microphone because we really can't hear you.
Okay, I'll stand. Is that clearer?
Yes, yes.
Brilliant. Okay, good. And what crime might you associate this with, please, Cressida?
Murder.
Murder, possibly. We're talking about something involuntary. What do you think, maybe, Savannah?
Manslaughter.
Yeah, manslaughter. So today we're talking about gross negligence manslaughter. If we can move on, please, Miss. To the next slide, please. Brilliant. So we're looking at gross negligence manslaughter. Absolutely right. This is a type of involuntary manslaughter. Involuntary, that means when someone doesn't choose to do something. And that's the difference between murder, which you just mentioned there, and manslaughter. Murder, someone chooses, they have the intention to kill. In gross negligence manslaughter, there's no intent. They're not deciding to kill. Okay, let's move on, please, Miss. So the definition of gross negligence manslaughter comes from the case of Adamarco. Can we go to the next slide, please, Miss?
Yeah, the sound keeps cutting in and out, I'm afraid.
Okay, I'll just keep going with what we've got. There's 3 things we need to prove for a successful conviction of gross negligence manslaughter. The defendant owes a duty of care, there's a gross breach of this duty, and this breach causes the victim to die. If we go one step further, you'll see this comes from the case of Adamarco. Can we go next, please, Miss? Brilliant. So we're looking to see if there's a gross breach of duty. The definition of this gross breach comes from the case of Batesman, where a doctor treated a woman in childbirth badly, and he didn't send her to the hospital for 5 days after this poor treatment. This gave us the test of whether someone has been grossly negligent, whether they've breached their duty in a gross nature, and they use this test. The jury will decide, did the actions show such disregard for the life and safety of others that it was a crime and deserved punishment? So, we're going to do that test. If all of these are coming from cases, is this statutory law or common law, Ellie?
Common law?
Yeah, that's absolutely right, it's common law. Can we move on, Miss, to the next slide? The next slide, please, Miss. Hey, Miss, can we go to the next slide, please? Right, I want you to think about this word, disregard. What does that word mean? Have a discussion with each other. What does disregard mean? Did the actions show such disregard?
Can you hear?
What do we discuss around the room? Cass, any thoughts on that word?
When you just leave something when you're never.
Yeah, leaving it, ignoring it. Yeah. Ashley, what did you say?
We said ignoring.
Ignoring. Cressida?
Ignoring.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's the test we're doing here. Did the defendant's actions, did they ignore the life and safety of others to such an extent that it's criminal and they should be punished? On the next slide, Miss, go next, please.
Yeah, we're really struggling with the network here, unfortunately. Network problems. We're currently on.
Can we go one more slide?
Is that right?
Brilliant. So, on the 14th of June 2017, a fire broke out in Grenfell Tower, causing 72 deaths. It was the worst residential fire in the UK since World War II. Kensington and Chelsea Council updated the flats in 2016. The council's director of housing was in charge of a cost-cutting exercise that saw metal cladding swapped for flammable plastic-filled panels. These did not comply with building regulations and fueled the fire. And you'll see on the image there, the fire spreading across the flammable cladding. The cladding is the coating on the outside of a building. So let's apply the law. We go to the next slide, please. Next slide, please.
There's a network issue.
Was the director of housing, next slide. Was the director of housing, did they grossly breach their duty of care? What evidence is there that the director of housing showed a gross breach of duty? I would like you to apply the law here. Look at that definition from Bateman. Did the actions show such disregard for the life and safety of others? What about their actions? What evidence is there that they did in fact show disregard for the life and safety of others? Have a go with your partner, write an answer there, and we'll be back in a minute. Fine, the show must go on.
She can't do anything in her own time.
The show must go on. So writing an answer on our sheet there. Okay, could I ask if Sade, Rosie have a chat with Matthew and Ellie? What did you write? Did you get the same answer, get something different? And then Cressida, Cassie, if you want to turn around and work with Savannah, Ashley and Nina. What did you write? Did you get the same thing? Was there a gross breach?
They are.
That's what you wrote? Yeah. Yes, the focus buildings on safety residents. Sure. Prior to the test, did they show disregard? Cool. What are we getting on our answer over here, Rosie? Nice. I'm going to ask Rosie to shout her answer as loud as she can. Did you read your answer out?
The monetary value was placed above the safety and life of residents and disregarded their value. This is a crime that deserves punishment as defined in R.V. Bateman.
Okay, that's a really good answer. Matthew, tell me why.
She linked it back to the case and the rule.
Absolutely. Which language, which terminology did Rosie use that was the link there?
Disregard.
Absolutely. Well, using that term, disregard, link it to the case of Bateman. The last slide, please, Miss.
Hang on, the network is very, very bad.
Don't worry. Next one.
There.
No. Okay. Would you find the Director of Housing guilty? Would you think? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you agree, Cressida?
Yeah, I do.
What about you, sir?
Absolutely.
I'd love to hear what you think. Those of you joining from home, would you find the Director of Housing guilty? These are the kind of discussions that we have in A-level law. As you know, the law is always changing. It's always about relevant issues. At the end of this year, we will find out what criminal charges will be made against the council and others associated with Grenfell Tower. We'll be discussing that in our lessons in law, and I'd love to hear your thoughts. So in the chat, please share any questions you have. We'll attempt to answer them. Thank you very much.
Yeah. First of all, I'm genuinely sorry. I don't know what's been happening with the network. So I know that the presentation was there, but it's been really difficult to follow. The questions we've got is how many exams are there?
There are 3 exams, the 3 papers. Each exam is 2 hours. Paper 1 is crime, paper 2 is tort law, and paper 3 is contract law.
Okay, so I'm just typing this up to students as well.
Okay.
Is there any coursework?
There's no coursework.
We haven't got any more questions. Why do people choose to study law?
Ask the students. Cressida, why did you choose?
I thought it'd be good to know the law because you can apply it to real life situations, and it's useful to know the law as a young person.
Yeah, absolutely right. What about you, Nina?
It's just useful, like, in general, in the future, like, if we're doing other careers, it's just beneficial for, like, overall, because if you're doing business, you're going to know what to do, like, with law and stuff.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Lots of students find it's a really helpful topic to study. Every element of work you have in your future, there'll be some aspect of legal compliance. So even if you're not interested in a legal career in a business, there'll be aspects where someone will need some knowledge of the law. It also has analytical and evaluative skills, lots of research skills that loads of businesses are absolutely in demand. You know, they need this kind of stuff. So law's a really good option for that. Any other questions?
What do people go on and study? Because obviously law is, does it necessarily lead to a law degree?
It's a good question. So many of our students, in fact a majority, actually do go on to go and study law. Lots of our students go to Russell Group universities. However, I want to make it clear, you actually don't need to study law to study at A-level, to study it at university. It is a good choice and it does help, but if you're interested in a legal career, I would also recommend studying subjects like English and history. Otherwise, students go on to study things like politics. We have lots to go on to study sociology. In terms of careers, the obvious one is legal careers, solicitors, barristers, but lots of people also go into the civil service. There's also lots of research positions available, pressure groups, lobbying, non-governmental organisations, loads of great career opportunities for studying law.
The next question we've got is about coursework. Is there any coursework? Sorry if I've asked this.
No coursework.
Sorry, I think I asked that one, didn't I? Oh, this is a good one. Does law link with biology? I would argue yes, but I don't know.
Well, I would argue yes as well, because as I said, every aspect of our lives, the law is all pervasive. It applies equally and fairly to everyone. So when laws are created in regards to the vaccine, that is biology. We look at the law and ethic behind it. Can the government today has announced that there's kind of a vaccine pass, not a passport. It's lawyers who have to implement this stuff and have these discussions about it. So yes, it does link.
No, I would definitely agree.
But
thank you so much, Law Department. And I'm sorry for people at home if there was a technical glitch. Whatever's happened, they seem to put more money in the meter, so we seem to be working again now. But I am really, really sorry. Good. Any questions at all, please ask the lovely Law Department. I'll just check one last time. Oh, someone's asking about psychology, but psychology would work as well, wouldn't it?
Yeah, lots of our students who study law, very frequent combinations: sociology, psychology, politics, English, history, very popular, and business. Thank you to the wonderful Year 12 students.
Thank you very much. Yes, thank you to the students. I'm going to put you all on mute, and next up will be politics.
Thank you.
So, are we ready for politics? Do you want me to take you off mute? Oh, I'm gone. Politics, you just need to unmute yourselves.
All good?
Charlotte, can you?
Yeah, I can hear you, and I'm happy to do the slides for you.
How's the sound now?
All fine. Whatever technical stuff, I think we're okay now.
You got a slide up for them.
So, sir, are you ready to go with all things political?
Ready to go.
Let's go. Let's go.
Okay, so introducing now the wonderful Mr. Fowl, who is going to talk to you about politics A-level.
Afternoon, everyone. Very lucky that we've got Rosie, Sade, Ashley, and Nina with us. Although, actually, you were there for law, weren't you? All four of you. Right. Okay. So, what we're going to look at, Charlotte, Miss Ashford, could you go to the next slide, the first one for us, please? Right. So, we're looking at this idea of, did Boris Johnson win in 2019? I know Rosie and Nina, you've already done this, so Anna and Sade, but was his victory inevitable? And I think what we want to do in politics, we want to debate. I don't think everyone should always agree. In fact, that would be really boring if everyone always agreed the same thing. So why don't we mix it up a little bit? Rosie, Sade, you're going to actually argue that it wasn't inevitable, that he was lucky or he was just very good at it. And Ashley and Nina, you can argue that it was just inevitable. He was always going to win. So why don't you just discuss with the two in your pairs, just a minute or so, just think, okay, this is our main reason why.
It's not like to them, it's not supposed to be it's just no, it's just reasonably.
Okay, so just so we've got someone all speaking, Shadi, so your view is that was not inevitable, right? That there was some other factor. So what do you think? Why was it not inevitable? Or why might someone think that? Because that might not be your view.
Well, we debate and that's not inevitable because
A bit louder, just so they can hear.
because in 2017 Corbyn was extremely popular. So there's different factors which could have led to the opposition's win. I think he was just lucky in terms of Brexit and stuff like that. There's lots of factors in terms of age and stuff that could have,
contributed,
but we've learned that, due to partisan alignment and all these things, it doesn't really correlate and it's never just one way, and it's never just correlate back to
It wasn't a single issue.
Yeah.
You said Brexit though. You don't think it was just Brexit? No.
I think as well it was luck and the fact that by the time it got to the 2019 election, Corbyn was Marmite, whether you either liked him or you absolutely hated him, and that's what stood in his favour.
So in 2017, he was, pretty, the sun was shining. He was at Glastonbury. Everyone was loving him, and then by 2019, people realised that they didn't like him.
Yeah.
Okay. Right, Ashley, Nina. Let's say Ashley, because Nina, you did the first one. So you argue actually it wasn't inevitable. It was always going to win. Why did you both think that?
Well, Theresa May, at the time, she was almost leading the party to fail, her popularity was really bad.
Yeah.
So when Boris Johnson came in, he was seen as a stronger leader and he could actually, get Brexit done, get what people wanted, because that's what they voted for.
Yeah.
And with Corbyn, there was an anti-Semitism scandal, so he was losing in popularity rapidly. So Boris Johnson's odds of winning were increasing, making it almost inevitable that he was going to win.
All right, I'd say that. Fine. Nina, would you say that because he just wasn't Theresa, he had a chance, he was going to win?
It was also the fact that he's such a big personality, he's got so much charisma. I think that also encouraged people to be like, oh, I like him, because he's such a personality that encouraged people to vote for him and lead him to the win.
Yeah, he's been described as a cross between an alpaca and a thesaurus. Now, I'm not going to say whether I agree with that or not, but I would say that perhaps Theresa May had a bit of baggage and he was a fresh face, so to speak.
The hair.
The hair.
It just became the nation's
like a meme on its own.
Yeah.
Just the hair.
Yeah.
Like Donald Trump's hair.
Yeah, it's just like the orange man in charge of America and the man who can't do his hair.
Yeah, I can't talk, so I'm not going to talk to anyone about having. I've got too much hair and not enough hair at the same time. Miss Ashworth, can we move over to the next slide, please? Ah, super. That's cool. Thank you. Yeah, you can show all of that. Just hold it there. Great. So, Ashley, looking at this, I know it's a little bit hard to see. If we say blue is Conservative, red is Labour, green is Plaid Cymru, yellow is SNP, orange tragically is Lib Dem. There's not a lot of it, and then we've got DUP and Sinn Féin in Northern Ireland. How would you describe the map? You don't really need to read the answers up there. Just curious.
I mean, it's mostly Conservative, obviously, and you can see the fall of the red wall, which is literally, it was like a strip in the middle, in the northern England, and that's slowly turning more and more Conservative.
It's getting bluer.
Yeah, it used to be just Labour hotspots, it used to be red, and now Conservatives are taking over.
Yeah, and I agree with that. I think Nina, in the first lesson, how did we describe Conservative support if we're talking nationally?
It's very widespread. It's spread out, whereas Labour's are more concentrated in cities and where university students are.
Right. Yeah, that's a problem, isn't it? Because they're supported by graduates and urbanites. And they live in exactly the same place, whereas Conservatives are supported by the wealthy, who live pretty much most places, but also urban, and non-college educated that live everywhere. So their support is much more widespread. Rosie, if we're saying nationally, we're talking about the 4 nations, what's the problem with the Conservative support?
It's concentrated in England, so in Scotland specifically, it just causes a massive problem, as shown through the independence referendum.
Right, which is now they want it again, don't they? It's come up, it's getting higher and higher in their wish list of demands, because who dominates Scotland, Sade? SNP. So there's the Scottish National Party. It's essentially that's who runs it, and who runs England? The Conservative Party. Where's the Conservative Party based, Ashley? Yeah, it's a London-centric party, isn't it? Actually, I think that they have somewhere in Brighton. But they are sort of turning into these national parties, which is not what we wanted. But that is how it seems to be going. So we have sort of hinted at this. Nina, which is this other group that strongly supports Conservatives?
I don't know. It's now that it's kind of like loads of like everyone, because it's changing every day.
Right.
Is it like, would you say like working class?
Well,
upper class.
Well, it's difficult because we used to talk about class, but you mentioned it earlier, Charlie. You talked about partisan de-alignment and how actually there is class de-alignment. I mean, I suppose, Rosie, as the geographer, what's working class? Is there a definition? Is it income? Is it job?
It's basically anyone who works in primary industry, such as farming, mining,
those sort of things.
Those jobs that you don't need the brain to do.
So we won't say that. We'll say we don't need you don't need to be college educated, university educated. So you don't need it.
Yeah.
It's more like brawn.
Yeah.
Okay. And that group has gravitated quite strongly to Conservative, hence Ashley saying about the red wall just crumbling. Ms. Dashworth, could you push us over a slide, actually, please? That's it, that'll do. Oh, no, just go back a little bit, couple of clicks left, or up. Yeah, it's fine. We'll work with it. Thank you. So, right, Ashley. So, who are the main leaders of the two main parties?
So Rose Johnson and then Sophia Starmer.
Right, and he's Sophia Starmer, who actually having done law, he was a barrister, wasn't he? He was a human rights barrister. Having done law, there's a job you can do if you do law. You can be leader of the Labour Party if anyone wants it. What do they stand for? Which I don't mind. Labour or Conservative?
Well, Conservatives get Brexit done.
Right.
Take back control.
Yes. So Dominic Cummings line.
Yeah, and Labour.
I think that's quite interesting because I don't really know. They're quite hard to figure out. But yeah, you've got get Brexit done, 3 words. Take back control, 3 words, and build back better, 3 words. Which is this apparently is this thing in politics that voters can only remember the 3 words or something daft. So I looked at KeirStarmer.com because I had time, and it talks about things like radical and equality. And things that I think are lovely things, but Conservative voters would be like, impossible, don't bother trying to do it because we're not a laboratory. This is a human society with organic elements, etc. Mrs. Ashley, could you tap forward like once or twice? Yeah, perfect. So we get justice and right, radical and equality once. So it's not as memorable. Is what I would say. And Keir Starmer's not doing that well. Who does vote for them? Who's a typical, well, here's a question for you. When I say typical voter, do I mean Boris voter or Conservative voter? What do you think? Is there a difference? You're pretty sure, so you say yeah?
Yeah, there's a difference because with Conservative voters, you would think that it's, rich white men.
Yeah.
But, with the 2019 general election, we've seen kind of a fall of that. And a lot of people, not necessarily rich from the working class.
Yeah.
Even some females have, voted for.
Absolutely.
Boris.
So is that because they like Boris or they suddenly love the Conservative Party?
I think this is in terms of like Brexit. I think it's the policies that just changed, a significant change in where they go.
Okay. Any counter view or any? Yeah, Ashley?
Not really a counter view. I think that it was old, white, rich men, wealthy men. But I think like recency factors affect it a lot. So policies at the time, again, the things with Jeremy Corbyn.
Right.
So I think it is shifting to like class CD voters. So that typical.
So lower income.
Yeah.
Nina, what's a typical Leave voter in Brexit? Could you even know what one looks like?
I don't know if there's like a specific, if I'm honest, but everyone can have different opinions. Like, but I wouldn't say there's a specific. I mean, for me.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Charlie?
Would it be like working class?
Yeah. So we won't use that, not because it's got some connotations, because it doesn't. We're allowed to use that word, but it's not as accurate a predictor. There was something else, and we hinted at it with when we said working class, Rosie. You were like people that work in like farming, mining, fishing. What don't you need? So in Americans called non-college educated. Here we say like, I don't know, non-university or tertiary educated. Is that a phrase?
Right. It's
So close. Rosie just burned me live on. Okay, well, no, this is the secondary school. Tertiary has to be.
Industry.
Yeah, that's fine. It's fine. Okay, so non-university educated. Huh? Yes. So if you didn't go to university, you voted leave. If you did, you voted remain. And if the Conservatives now represent get Brexit done, they're going to get those voters, and they're also going to keep some of their old voters that were, what do we say, white, old, wealthy, male. Yeah. And they're still going to keep most of them. So actually, if you, Miss Ashworth, can you go back to the map? I'm really sorry.
Yeah, so just
sorry. We're going to finish with this map. Yeah. So as you can see there, way more blue. Because Remain voters, and actually, if you think about Labour voters, are they wealthy usually? No. Did they go to university? Maybe not. And they voted Leave, and that's why they're now supporting Conservative. Job done. Right. Didn't like it. I never did that. Right, Mr. Ashford, sorry, we finished. Are there any questions?
So let me just get this up for the questions. Now there are there's no questions at the moment, but while we're waiting, because they will start, students who are there, why have you chosen to study politics?
Who wants to go? Anyone? Shall anyone go first?
I chose politics because it's applicable to this day and age. The content is very recent, so we're constantly learning about current affairs.
Yeah.
When you go over to, when you start going into jobs and looking at the higher sectors, you're going to be able to participate in conversations that you typically do politics and know about current affairs that you wouldn't maybe have been able to.
Yeah.
That's why I chose it.
Great. Anyone else?
I think having a political opinion and political freedom is one of the most important things. So to be able to learn more about it, and like Shirley said, when we leave, we're going to be voting ourselves. And I think having a knowledge of who you're voting for, why you're voting, why people vote the way they do, I think it's like essential to learn, and it complements my other subjects really well. Like for law, I do law and English language and literature. And like I see elements of it in all the subjects that I do. Even in English, we'll analyse some political speech someone made, for example. And for law, obviously, politics go hand in hand.
Great. Any others, Mrs. Ashworth?
So some more questions we have. What are the exams like? Do you do debates, small discussions in lessons?
We do debates because every question they will get in their exam is a debate, and it will be which side of the debate do you agree with most. So it'll be a written debate, and actually verbal debates help prepare them better. But we could always do more, if I'm honest. We probably do a lot of content, and then we start doing debates later. The exams, there are 3 2-hour exams with 3 essays in each. No choice. Didn't choose that.
They are hard.
They are.
Does politics cover foreign politics?
Could you repeat that, Mrs. Ashworth?
Oh, apologies. Does politics cover foreign politics as well as British politics? So does the course cover British and foreign?
Yeah, we study the United States in year 13, which is bonkers.
Yeah,
Brilliant and bonkers. That's all I can say.
Do you think this generation is generally interested in politics from what you see in lessons? It's a great question.
That's a great question. I'm constantly impressed and almost relieved that our young population, or certainly the ones that do politics, are really on it. They've got really strong views about equality, legitimacy, and basic behaviours by politicians such as Matt Hancock. So I'm very pleased, and I think actually every year I think we get better engagement. If I could, it would be a compulsory subject to Key Stage 3, but that's not my call.
Oh, that's an interesting point. We've got about a minute left. Anybody else want to say why should students pick politics?
Boom. No pressure, Rosie. Look speechless.
It just gives you that context that I think you need when going out of when you leave school, because in politics I've learned how to debate properly and not just this is my idea and I want to do it this way. You learn to take on different sides of the argument, and it does make you a better person.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It sounds really corny and cheesy, but it really does, because you just learn that there are bigger things in the world that you actually need to think of, and it just gives you context for everything that you do. It's like business, I've got to think about how this will have an impact on this. Geography, how does my policy influence someone else who's in China?
Yeah.
And it really does just help you all round.
Great answer. Thank you, Rosie. On that note, finished. Thank you, Rosie.
No, thank you. Students, thank you all so very much. I'm going to put you all on mute. Coming up next, we have got business studies. So thank you all so much, students. I'm going to do that.
Hi, Charlotte. Are you good?
Are you good to go, business studies?
I think we are. Have you got the slides?
Okay, so business studies, would you like me to do the slides for you?
Yeah.
Brilliant. Okay, fabulous. So just give me 1 minute. Just getting your picture up as well. There we go. Right, business studies, you are now live.
Hi, my name is Miss Owusu. I'm one of the business studies teachers. I will be one of the teachers teaching A level, and I'm going to take you through a quick session on marketing today. So next slide, please, Miss.
Yeah.
So I want you guys to have a look at that image over there. Can you tell me what happened? What happened? Do you remember it? Did you see it on the news?
Basically, Ronaldo removed all the Coke bottles from when he did his interviews, and so it stopped people seeing the Coke brand.
Right, yeah. So Ronaldo moved those Cokes and was drink Agua instead. And do you know how that affected Coke? What effect did that have?
I presume sales went down.
Yep, yes it did. So I've got it written here that when Ronaldo did that, Coca-Cola's market value plummeted by £2.8 billion. Can we go to the next slide, please, Miss? And one extra click, please. Great. So yeah, they had a big effect on Coke's value with their sales, with their market value plummeting. My question is, what form of marketing were Coca-Cola using during this? Sponsorship, right, exactly. So Coca-Cola paid loads of money to sponsor the Euros and have Coke plastered everywhere and have their bottles at the press briefings. However, they don't actually have control over the people who are at the Euros, which is why Ronaldo was able to move the coats away, and that affected them. It actually also led to some other people doing the same sort of thing. So I've got, sorry, I'm going to butcher the name, Manuel Locatelli, who I think plays for Italy, maybe Switzerland. But yeah, so he did something very similar, removing the Coke bottles, and Paul Pogba as well took Heineken, which is another sponsor of the Euros, and he removed that bottle from the press conference. So yeah, that really affected how Coke was valued because of them moving it. So my question is, how do you think social media people affect brands?
They can either make it a lot bigger than what they already are by promoting it, or they can really damage the image by doing something that like Ronaldo did, just kind of tossing it aside.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what happened here. So even though Coke have paid all that money and they've done a sponsorship, you've got these social media people. Ronaldo's got millions of followers. He did something and that affected it. So why? Yes, we've kind of already answered the second question. So let's move on to the next slide, please, Miss. So we've just looked at sponsorship and we've just seen that that's a great method of promotion. However, it can lead to some problems. I want you to have a look at these images. What type of promotion do you think is happening here?
Product placement?
Yes, it's product placement. So product placement is just when they literally put the product inside a film or show that we watch on TV. One more click for me, please, Miss. So my question is, why might this be an effective way to market, and are there any drawbacks of using this method?
Is it subconscious advertisement? So the viewer will see it and subconsciously then be drawn to each product?
Yeah, definitely. So we're not even thinking about it. We're watching these shows that we love. We're seeing our favourite characters drinking a bottle of Coke, and we're like, maybe I might want to do that. So yeah, it's really effective. It goes out to lots of people, and it can definitely influence them. Do you think there could be any drawbacks then of using this? Any drawbacks?
If there's like a character in the program that people might not like, or they're like a villain and they use the product, and they might think, oh, I don't want to use that because they're using it.
Yeah, so if people have a negative view of the show, of the character, then yeah, that could definitely affect how the product is being promoted. Move on to the next slide, please, Miss. And again, what type of promotion can we see happening here? What is Coke doing? What are they using to promote? I don't know if you can see it well. So
social media?
Yeah, they're using social media. So the same questions here. Why would social media be an effective way to promote your product? And are there any possible drawbacks?
You can do it on multiple platforms. It's quite an effective, quick, easy way to promote your product, and it gives targets a lot of target markets at one time.
Yeah, lovely. You can target so many people on social media. Pretty much a large proportion of the population is on social media. You're targeting them all. It's a lot cheaper than other types of promotion. So you can imagine sponsoring an event as big as the Euros, you've got to pay a lot of money for that. Social media, not so much. So yeah, you can definitely reach a lot of people through doing that. Next slide, please, Miss. You just click through. Okay, so what other types of promotion have you seen Coke use then? So we've looked at sponsorship, product placement, and social media. What other things have you seen?
I've seen like TV adverts and like billboards, and they do like partnerships with like other brands as well, I think.
Yep. TV adverts, partnerships with brands, yep. Anything you've seen?
Maybe cars. They put it on the side of cars. So
right, okay. Nice, okay, yeah, so you can put it on the side of cars. Lovely. So yeah, there's a lot of different types of promotion that I do. Which would you say is the best type of promotion to do?
I feel like TV adverts be really good because it reaches like a lot of people, and like ads on TV you can't skip them, so you're kind of just like you have to watch it because everyone's watching it, and so you get like those people.
Yeah, you're kind of forced to watch it, so it's in everybody's houses. So yeah, that's a good one. What about you? What do you think?
Probably social media because it's cheap, it's easy to do, and it, like I said, it's target market and many people at once.
Yeah, definitely. So those are two really good types of promotion. But I suppose we could basically argue that there is no best way to promote, which is why Coke uses so many different types. And pretty much every brand uses lots of different types of promotions, and all types of promotion are great. Let's move on to the next slide, please, Miss. Yeah, a couple more pictures. When we think of marketing, it's very easy to straight away think of different types of promotion and advertising, but marketing also includes market research. So market research is the action or activity of gathering information about consumers' needs and preferences. So can you think of any ways that a business could do some market research? How can they get information about consumers' needs and preferences?
You could survey them to find their opinion.
Right, yeah, do a survey, asking them some questions, yeah. Anything else you could do? How could I find out your opinion on something?
Just asking.
Yeah?
On the street.
Literally, I could just ask people, so that would be the survey questionnaire, or I could ask you face to face, like an interview. So there's so many different ways that you can do market research. So why do you think it would be important to do that?
So you can get like the customers, like wants and needs and what they like, and maybe like upcoming trends that you could like focus your product on, so you know that people are going to buy it.
Yeah, definitely. You need to know what your customers like if you want them to buy from you, and you need to see what's coming up in the future so you can adapt to that as well. So a company as big as Coke is not exempt from market research. They still need to find out lots of information about customers as well. So I'm going to read you a bit of a case study about Coke. So in the 50s, Coca-Cola was outselling Pepsi 5-1, but by the 80s, Coke had lost its grip on the soda market and only controlled 24% of the market share. So the Coca-Cola company had to make a move. Their idea was to come up with a new Coke formula that consumers preferred over both old Coke and Pepsi. So they decided, we're going to make a new drink that people like. What could they do to make a new drink? How could they find out what people would like in a new drink?
You could do food tasters of different recipes.
Yeah. Taste tests, so yeah, that would be a type of market research, yeah.
You could do like focus groups to see what flavours people like in other drinks.
Focus groups, yeah, get a group of people together, ask some questions, yeah, definitely great things they could do. Next slide, please. So Coke did a lot of research, so they tested the new Coke formula on 200,000 people and came up with a drink that beat Pepsi and old Coke time and time again. So in 1985 they decided, we're not going to produce old Coke anymore, we're going to just do this new one. However, consumers hated it. So Coca-Cola had 400,000 angry phone calls and letters. Coke drinkers weren't happy, and so within 3 months they had to get rid of this new Coke and go back to the old Coke. So I want to know, what do you think went wrong here? So how did Coca-Cola get it so wrong when they did market research and it all looked great? What do you think might have gone wrong here?
And they probably didn't take into consideration the old loyal customers to the old Coke, and they focused on trying to get as many new people.
Right. Yeah, definitely. So they didn't consider customers' taste. Like, they really like it, they're loyal to that, and just changing everything so much could be a bit too much for them. Anything else you think could have gone wrong here?
Maybe they didn't ask like enough people, because obviously everyone's got different preferences. So like a certain amount of people might like it, but then others won't.
Yeah, definitely. So it says they looked at 200,000 people, which seems like a lot of people. However, everyone drinks Coke, all countries over. So yeah, maybe they needed to ask a couple more people, and that's important in market research, that you have a wide range of responses. Okay, so I think we'll leave it there. Thank you very much, guys.
let's see if we've got some questions for you.
Okay.
Oh, we don't have anything at the moment, but from the students that we have there, why did you choose to do business studies?
I did business in GCSE and I really enjoyed it and I was really passionate about it. So I thought when I found out that they did BTEC and A-level business here, I decided to do it as well.
Nice. And a lot of the questions that come up are about assessments. So this is obviously a CTEC in business studies. How does this get assessed?
So this is actually for the A-level in business.
Oh, right, okay, apologies.
On CTEC as well. So with the A-level in business, there are 3 exams, I believe. Yeah, there are 3 exams. So you're taught 4 different topics, and then you'll have 3 exams at the end of year 13, which will assess you. The CTEC is slightly different, so it is mainly coursework that you will be assessed on. However, there will be a couple of exams as well.
Okay. And then what sort of careers could this lead to, and what have people chosen to do after studying business?
Gosh, there are so many careers. I think business can really lead into a lot of things. I don't know, Ella, do you know what you want to do in the future?
I mean, I don't want to go into business, but I want to do travel and tourism, and that business does kind of link to that as well, because you need to know about all the different organisations, so it can really help like with other things that you want to do, not just business.
Yeah, definitely. I myself, before I became a teacher, I worked in a bank, so business definitely helped me to go into working in a bank. And I think there's so many different career paths. So we look at marketing, we look at HR, we look at legislation, a bit of legislation in business as well. And so those lend themselves to different career paths really well as well. So there's just really wide area places to go.
And there are so many. I know that rather than just going straight to university, there are apprenticeships, and I know a lot of the big businesses, especially the big financial houses. I mean, you talked about investment banks. I know they're really putting a lot of effort into apprenticeships. So possibly this is something could lead on to that, if that's what you're interested in, maybe.
Yeah, definitely. There's more and more apprenticeships are popping up. And yeah, the bank I used to work at, we worked with apprentices as well. And even though I was on a graduate scheme, we worked side by side. So I think it's a great route to go down as well.
Yeah, no, I think it's nice to have that different option there. Miss, now I'm going to ask you a question, because clearly you've moved from sort of working in the business industry to now you teach about it. What do you enjoy about teaching this subject?
I think when you work, so I worked in compliance, so kind of the legal side, so I kind of focus on that area, and now I get to talk about all different parts of business all the time. So I didn't really get to talk about marketing and HR and all that stuff. So yeah, I get to talk about it all the time. And also just being in a school with pupils every day, it's just, I love the interaction with the students, and yeah, it's just a lot of fun.
Brilliant. We don't have any more questions. Does anybody there have anything else that they want to put forward about business and why it's a great subject? I mean, it impacts our lives in so many different ways.
Yeah, definitely. And we're always looking at different case studies. So today we talked about Coke, but we look at lots of different case studies of different businesses as well. So you'll see the real world link a lot when you're studying business. Anything to add? No?
Right, well, students, thank you so much, business, and I really appreciate all the fact that we've got lots of students there who've been inputting. We have got English literature coming up next, I think. So I'm going to put your room onto mute, and while the English literature team set themselves up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Charlotte?
Yes.
You need okay?
Hello again, Mr. Frost.
For English
And Miss Walker. It's like deja vu. Have we done this before?
Yes, we have.
They need to play that video, that Hamlet video. Is that okay?
Oh, yes. So what I'm going to do, if I just change my content, so I'll share my screen and I'll get the video queued up because I've got it from last time.
Yeah, and Charlotte, I won't touch anything.
That's fine, don't you worry. Right, so let me
Spare last time because I never did it, so I should get.
I think we're the last one anyway, so
Okay.
I think we can do. Yeah.
So I'll get you guys to do the writing part this time.
Right, I'll just put you on mute for a minute while I sort this out. I'm kind of a bit hang on. Just give me 1 minute.
Yeah.
Okay, let me share my screen and then we are good to go. So I'll do that and I'll do that. This, and go from the beginning. Okay, I am ready to go when you are, students.
Okay, right. Okay, so this is the English literature taster, and we're going to learn a little bit about one of the most famous lines in English literature. We can move on to the next slide. Yes. So we're going to, our learning objective is to analyse the most famous line in English literature, arguably, which is to be or not to be. That is the question. So what I'm going to ask you guys to do, start off with, is to just have a little think about whether or not you know who wrote it, which text it comes from, and whether or not you know which character says it. And beyond that, do you have any initial ideas about what the character who says this might be trying to express? Yep.
So it's Hamlet, written by Shakespeare, and Hamlet himself says it.
Well done. Yes, excellent. Next slide, please. Yeah, it's from Hamlet. Can we have the next slide? Okay. It's from Hamlet by Shakespeare, and it's said by the main character, Prince Hamlet of Denmark himself. Okay. And then in terms of what do you think you might be trying to say, to be or not to be? That is the question. Any ideas?
I think he might be trying to say, like, is it really worth it, especially if he's talking about living, like, is there actually a purpose to it? Is there, he's just showing how desperate he is feeling in that situation.
Absolutely, yeah. So he's talking about whether or not he should be. And it's quite a sort of an interesting way of phrasing it as well, isn't it? Because, you know, surely he is talking about whether or not he should live, but he phrases it in that more kind of existence related way, whether or not he should continue to be. Okay, good. Any other emotions that you kind of get from him there?
Yeah, I feel like he's kind of, might seem kind of like mentally, maybe like a bit unstable, like, so like such a big decision, like to live or not to live, it kind of could show like he's in like a bad state of mind.
Yeah, if he's thinking about ending his life, then obviously this is like a serious mental health issue, isn't it? So what we're going to do now is we're going to just quickly look at a renowned actor, a young actor, Papa Essiedu, performing the line from when he took the role of Hamlet in the RSC production from a few years ago. We're not getting any sound at this end.
Oh, not sorry. Let me. I'll play it one more time. I'll share my screen again, and I'll check that I've got the sound there. So just give me 1 minute.
To be or not to be? That is the question.
Okay, all right.
So
that's Papa Esiedu delivering the line. Did you get any more possibilities of interpreting Hamlet's character through that performance of the line? What were your impressions of how Papa Esiedu? Yeah.
He says it in quite like a fed up way, like as if he's really tired of either contemplating or living, because obviously the question is, should I carry on living? Should I kill myself? So I think he's quite fed up of questioning his existence, questioning his being.
Yeah, so there's this real kind of like weariness to the performance there. Did you notice that? I mean, he's got quite a striking costume design going on there. Obviously, I mean, like, well, presumably you haven't seen that production. Any ideas what, you know, what might be going on with this costume, or at least, you know, what impression does it create? Yeah.
Maybe it's quite distressed and it's like ripped, and it then will be like embodiment of his emotions.
Yeah, really good. So he's covered in, spattered in paint, yeah, and yeah, it creates this kind of impression of kind of chaos, doesn't it? Like lots of emotions going on, lots of confusion that he's trying to unravel. Okay, great. Could we have the next slide, please? Okay, so the next aspect then, so we've got some ideas from simply the words themselves, first impressions, and then from seeing an actor perform the line. Let's think a little bit now about sort of technical matters and think about the poetic structure, okay? So the line is written in the kind of typical meter of Shakespearean plays, which is what? Yes, iambic pentameter, okay? And not to put anyone on the spot for this one, the iambic pentameter, which I'm sure you remember, is a 10-beat line, so it's 10 syllables in the line, and then it's got this off-on stress pattern, yeah? Making a certain distinct kind of rhythm to it. Does anyone want to do the rhythm for us? Yeah, go on.
What's saying to be or not to be?
We're just literally without any words to start us off. Sorry, it's fine.
Yeah, it's a heartbeat.
Good. Yeah. It's like a heartbeat style rhythm. So da dum da dum da dum da dum da dum. So the stress comes on, you know, every second syllable like a heartbeat. Okay. Why might that? I mean, obviously that was the standard rhythm for all of, you know, Shakespeare's drama. But why might that be particularly appropriate here? Yeah.
Because it's like a heartbeat, and he's questioning whether he should kill himself or not. So that's what she's saying. Should I stop my heartbeat? My heart carry on beating almost.
Absolutely. So he is literally pondering his existence, isn't he, and whether or not he should end it. So, you know, it makes perfect sense to really have that iambic rhythm sort of pulsing through the speech. Okay. And then, let's think about the line said with a strict iambic rhythm, which actually Papa Esiedu did do there, but a lot of actors wouldn't necessarily say it with the strict iambic stress pattern. What would it give us? I'm going to pick on you again.
What do you mean?
If you were to say that line with the iambic stress
Do you want me
pattern.
to say it with the iambic?
Yeah.
To be or not to be, that is the question.
Not quite.
I can't say it like that.
So let's have a go.
To be or not to be
That's it.
is the question.
Yes, good. Okay, to be or not to be, that is the question. Okay, now that means that certain words are being stressed more than others, and whenever a poet is doing that, we're kind of being invited to look at those words a little bit more attentively and maybe the relationships between them. So have a little think now, maybe discuss amongst yourselves, what strikes you about those particular words being stressed within the line, and what ideas can we now draw from that use of the emphasis? Yeah.
So there is a question. The question is
Yeah.
Okay, you want to tell us what you got?
Well, not, the word not shows that there might be lenience towards one side, but then that's juxtaposed with B. It's saying that there is still like some ponderance there, like he's not sure what side, like what side he leans on.
Brilliant, yes. So there is this kind of juxtaposition, isn't there, between be and not, yeah? And that kind of sums up the whole question, doesn't it? You know, that's what he's torn between, okay? And it's be, should I be, should I not be? And then it's back to whether or not I should be. So we get that sense of his, well, what kind of emotions, I suppose, come through that? Again, that we've kind of already mentioned.
Confusion.
Yeah, being torn, being kind of pulled this way and that way. Yeah, absolutely. And anything else with the emphasis? That's the beat. Yeah, go on.
Kind of like the emphasis on is quite like passive aggressive kind of in a way, like he's saying like this is the question, like putting an importance on it that maybe hasn't been like had the importance on it before.
Lovely. Now, why? Because that's the one actually that a lot of actors, they don't stress the is. Yeah, they stress that. And they kind of say to be or not to be. That is the question. But actually in the iambic rhythm, it's is that is stressed. Can anything in Shakespeare's day, what would have got in the way of any kind of contemplation of suicide? Absolutely, yeah. It's a mortal sin, yeah, to commit suicide. So there's a kind of, you said, passive aggressive, a kind of a defiant. No, this question should be considered almost in defiance of religion. Great. Okay. Could we have the next slide, please? Thank you. Okay, so these were my ideas, and that's pretty much you've got everything there. The juxtaposition of the be and not, the stress on is, and that kind of defiance. And then the other idea, I suppose, is the fact that the line, terminates on question, yeah, which is important. And did you notice something that's unusual about this particular iambic line? Go on.
Question has too many syllables compared to the other one, otherwise it doesn't quite fit into the rhythm.
Yeah, so Shakespeare actually slightly breaks the iambic rule here and adds an extra syllable. So we've got question, otherwise we'd end up with quest, which would be strange. So he draws even more emphasis to question by adding that extra syllable, okay? All right, so what I'd like you to do now then is just very quickly, in sort of a couple of sentences, see if you can then sum up the ideas we've been discussing in terms of why does Hamlet say this line of to be or not to be, that is the question. Okay, we're probably going to be running out of time shortly. Is it anyone willing to stick their neck out and read what they've got? Yeah, go on, thank you.
I said the kind of, obviously the work is puts emphasis on the importance of defying religion and questioning mortality yourself, and the be and not kind of close together, creates a juxtaposition, and ending with the kind of the irregularity of the word question kind of leaves a lasting impact of, it kind of sums up like kind of what the whole line is about, just with that last word.
Fantastic. Okay, thank you very much. And that's us done for this lesson.
We don't have any questions in the chat, but if one of the things that has sort of come up a lot is about the exams and coursework element. So if you want to just quickly overview that.
Yeah, I'm Miss Walker's here, so though you can't see me. There are 3 exams. There's a drama exam, a prose exam, and a poetry exam. So the drama exam is 2 hours and 15 minutes. The prose exam is 1 hour and 15, and then poetry is 2 hours and 15. And then you have the coursework element of the course, where students are invited to choose 2 texts of their choice, obviously within reason, and then create their own question as well. And the coursework starts in the summer term of year 12. So these students here are, at the moment, they've started their coursework. They'll write a draft piece of coursework over the summer holidays, and then they hand in their final just before Christmas.
We've got 2 questions in the chat. One is about class sizes.
Yeah, so class sizes range between 15 students and 25 over the last 3 years. That would be the average.
And we do run more than one class, don't we, at a time? Because I know that a lot of people have said, oh, is it just offered once? Do you see what I mean?
We have a language and literature class, and we have a literature class at the moment.
Okay. What would be a typical homework assignment?
It would be to read some secondary reading on your primary set text and write a short, I don't know, analysis or something on that, on how that informs your interpretation. It could be a review of a play that you're studying. It could be, I don't know, if a text has been recently been made into a film, it could be something like that. It could be an essay.
And then the last thing, what sort of subjects? I mean, it's difficult because we're English teachers, so obviously we've studied it and then go on to do it. But what different things can people go on to study after having done English literature A-level?
Well, I think the nature of the subject, it's so interdisciplinary, so it does lend itself to, I've had students that have gone on to study law, of course English literature, journalism, lots of subjects within the arts.
I mean, it's considered a solid subject as well, so it's kind of, if you're unsure, it's one that is, you know, people take, you know, they really sort of add quite a lot of weight to it. Do you have any extra clubs for English, like creative writing or book club?
Yeah, so at the moment we have Wednesday after school. It's been quite restricted at the last year or so because of COVID. But we do have a wider reading club, we run competitions, and we do, in normal years, have a few trips that run throughout the year, so theatre visits. We often visit the British Library for workshops. Yeah.
And I know as well that we've done trips to watch the National Theatre Archive work as well, so that's been quite good. Yeah. There are no more questions. So thank you very much, English. I will put you on mute because we've got the last session coming up, which is maths.
Okay.
Hi, Charlotte. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Charlotte, we're finished here now, aren't we, in this room?
There's a maths thing, it says. It's on my list.
Really? Maybe I've got an older schedule. I've got a schedule here that says maths E007 music.
Oh. I will double check, but I think so. Let me just put you on mute and I'll double check. I have been told that there is maths. Have any maths teachers turned up?
Hello. I got a schedule yesterday and it says E007 music, maths, 1 o'clock. Do you want to go over there and have a look?
Yeah, if you would, because I don't know which room that's linked. Do you see what I mean? They're linked, each room is linked to a different.
No worries, Charlotte. I'll pop over there now.
Okay. Room 3.
Hey, Charlotte. Yeah, maths is happening in
It's room 3, isn't it?
Yeah, it's E007.
Okay, so it's
So
yeah, because I've just looked somewhere else.
Yeah, that's the last one.
Yep. Okay, so students, I'm going to close this room. If you are looking for the maths session, it is in room 3. So I don't know what the link says, but if you go to room 3, you will be able to get the maths session there, because I know we've got 20 people here. So room 3 is the final session for maths. Right, I'm going to finish the call, students, and I will place this live as soon as I can. Thank you very much, everybody.